If you want to support me, you can go to my website, which is the wecancode.in, and search for the Flutter for complete beginner course. Before we start with our project over here, what we need to do is we need to go and install the IDE. And for this particular project, I'll be using the Visual Studio Code or the VS Code over here. And you can just go to the code.thevisualstudio.com and download it depending on your OS. If you are on the Windows, you should download this one. If you are on the Linux, you should download this one. And if you are on the Mac, you should download this one, right? And once you have downloaded and install it, make sure you download it and install it. And once you have installed it, what we can do is open this particular icon over here. Just click on this one over here. And this is the extension icon. And we need to download some of the extension for this particular project. And if you are already familiar with the Flutter development, you should be able, or you should have already installed all of those extensions. The first one that we will download is the Flutter itself, right? And then the Dart, right? So this two is required one, so you need to download it. And if you have already created some Flutter project, you should have this two installed already. And some of the other, like I'll also use the Flutter Phrased helper to generate some phrased file, because we will be using a phrased as well. And also the Flutter riverpod snippets, because we will be using a riverpod over here. So this will be helpful to generate some of our code snippet over here as well. And then the Flutter widget snippet as well, like when we want to generate some of the widgets, we will use this one as well, right? So you can obviously go and manually create all of those, but it will save us some time if we are going to use some of the code snippets from here as well. And let's go and take a look next. Let's go on to the top. I'll be also using a blockman to highlight my code, right? But it's not actually required. If you don't like it, you can just ignore it, right? And let's go down over here. Let's go down. Let's see what are the other error lanes. It's useful, right? If you want to, like, once you start typing, it will show you an error whether you're missing some comma, brackets, and all of those stuff. It will be helpful. It's not required, but it's good to have, right? So if you prefer, like, once you start writing the code, it's giving you some error for the missing commas and all of the stuff, so you can just go and add this one as well. And let's go down, and I'll be also using some AI helper over here to generate some of the code, right? So I'll be using a GitHub Copilot, as well as I'll be using a Windsurf. Previously it was known as the Codimum, but now it's a Windsurf plugin. So it's the AI tool, or the AI code generator tool, that will help us to generate some of the code, right? It's not actually required, but it's helpful, right? So once you start writing the code, it can autocomplete for you. But as a beginner, I would not recommend you to use the AI tool over here. Because if you are a complete beginner in the Flutter and you are just getting started, auto-completing by the AI is not a good help for you, right? You should learn how to do all of the stuff, not the AI itself. Like, once you get familiar, once you have some experience, and right at the time, it's helpful, right? In our works, we are using the Windsurf as well, right? The pro version of the Windsurf, which help us to save a lot of the time, right? But for the beginner, I would not recommend it, because it will give you an empty brain, right? Basically, it means that you will not know what you are actually doing, but AI is completing all of your tasks. So that may not be helpful, but depend on your requirement. So if you need it, you can just go and install it and create an account and start using it. But I will be using it over here just to complete some of this stuff, but I will explain each and every line of the code that it's going to generate over here as well. And other than that, I think there is not much to be downloaded over here. And also the material theme icon, if you need to show some of the icon for your folders, then you can just go and install this one as well. So it will give you a beautiful colored and icon the folder, right? So that will be much more better. It looks good in your VS Code, right? And let's go down over here if I'm going to use any of the other. Okay, I think that's all. So make sure to go and check it out and see what are the required the extension that you required. I have already shown that some of the extension that I'll be using for this particular project, and if you need as well, so make sure to go and download that one as well. So that's all for this particular lesson, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. If you want to support me, you can go to my website, which is the wecancode.in, and search for the Flutter for complete beginner course. In this lesson, let us try to learn about the MVVM architecture, or the model view model itself. So let's try to understand it in a really simple and in a basic way, so we don't complicate the things over here. So the first part is the model, or the M part, right? So the model. So if you see over here, this is the model part. So in the model part, we will see over here anything that's related to the data. Basically, you can say anything that has to do with the data, then we'll consider it as the model layer, like reading your the data from the database, API, getting the API data, right? Or sending or updating your database record, or updating it through the API connection, anyway, right? So anything that's related to the data, then we'll consider it in the model layer. So anything that has to do with the data is the model, right? So in the MVVM architecture. And now we'll see the next part, which is of the view itself. So this is the view part, and for the view part, anything that you see on the user screen. So once the user opens up the app, he may see a button, text, images, videos, and all of this stuff, right? Anything that's coming up in the user screen, we can see that as consider it as a view. So anything that's in the user screen. So it can be of the text field, it can be of the button, right? And the data grid, anything that's related to the user view. And that's the simple part of the view, right? And then we have the view model over here. You can see that it's over here. And in the MVVM architecture, we'll consider the view model as a bridge between the view, right? So this is the view and this is the model. So the view model will act as the bridge between the two layers. One is of the view layer and another one is of the model layer. So here in the view, like when user fills in this particular text and clicks on this particular button, it will send that particular to the view model, and the view model is the one that's going to send it to the repository layer, maybe it to the repository from it's going to the database, or maybe it's going to the API connection, right? And once it returns, or once it gets back the data, it's coming through the view model, and view model is the one that's going to send what kind of data is required to the view. Maybe it requests a user profile, so that's going to send a request from we will send a request from our view model back to the model layer, and the model layer, once it gets from, whether it's getting from the API or from the local database, right? So once the view that's the data is written to the view model, it will format that particular the model that is suitable for the view, right? So everything that you get the data from the model may not be suitable for your view. That's where the view model is going to help us to do all of those formatting of the data and sending it to the view, that the view can show it to the in the screens or in the device itself, right? So that's the simple concept regarding the MVVM architecture. So model view and then the view model itself. So just consider the view model as the bridge between the view and then the model. So we will be following a simple this particular concept while creating our application, and we will be using the MVVM architecture. So once you get started and once we start building our application, you will be much more familiar over there. If you want to support me, you can go to my website, which is the wecancode.in, and search for the Flutter for complete beginner course. Yeah, hello there and welcome back over here, and this is a brand new course over here, and in this particular course we are going to learn about the Drift package over here, and we'll be creating a Flutter application using it, and we'll be creating a new application which supports the CRUD operation, right? Basically the insert, update, delete, select, and also some relations are regarding the two tables over here, all of those using the Drift package over here. And if you are not sure what is a Drift and what I'm talking about, make sure to go and read the documentation. It's basically Drift is a powerful database library for the Dart and the Flutter application, right? It supports some of the advanced capabilities like the type-safe SQL queries, a verification of the database, and the migration, right? Migrating from one version to the another version, right? And all of the stuff. And it's also provide the things like the stream, right? So once you insert, delete, or update the record in your database using the stream, we can actually watch that particular change. It's pretty useful in the Flutter application over here. And it's on the lower level, it makes use of the SQLite 3 as well, right? It's just built on top of that one, so we can use all of the feature, the most of the feature that is provided by the SQLite over here. And it's just adds some of the abstraction and some more functionality than the SQLite. That's all over here. But we will be learning much of the stuff that is provided to us using a Drift over here, and how to add this particular dependency to your the Flutter application is you can just go to the get started, and you'll see that these are the dependency that you actually require. But if you go to our brand new application that I've already created, this is an empty project. If you go over here, nothing is there, right? So this is just empty with just some of the folder layer added over here. Nothing is there. So here, if you go to the pubspec.the.yaml file, you'll see that I have added the Drift, which is required, and then the Drift Flutter, and as well as the SQLite 3 Flutter libs over here. And let me explain to you some of these particular packages, why we are using it. As you can see, Drift and Flutter Drift, we need to make use of from here, which is required for the Flutter. And then we are also using the SQLite 3. Now, if you are building the, if you want to use the Drift with the, let's say, a desktop version of your application, maybe a Mac OS, Windows, Linux, right? So you need to add this particular package for that support. And for that, you can go to the platform and go to the platform overview, and you can read over that over here. So let's just go over here. It's not actually navigating, not sure why it's not navigating over there, but it should. Okay, so now you can go and read this particular documentation. It supports the desktop, Windows, Linux, and Mac OS over here. You may need some extra like the setup for that one, but most of the cases you just need to add in this particular dependency. So make sure to go and read the documentation over here. And we need a path and then path provider, because we need to store or we need to access the native the file location or the directory where we will be storing our database. So for that, we need a path provider as well as the path API, which joins the different path over here. And then for the state management solution and for the dependency injection, I'll be using the Flutter Riverpod. You can use any other packages that you prefer for state management, and then the dependency injection. But in this particular course, I'm going to make use of the Flutter Riverpod. And if you are not sure or if you don't know about the Flutter Riverpod, I already have the course related on that one. Make sure to check out my profile, from where you can get that link to that particular course, or you may find a video related to it. And these are the annotation, report annotation, fridge annotation, and the JSON annotation. Because annotation is nothing but that you need to annotate some classes. Later you need to annotate a class with the fridge annotation, JSON annotation, and as well as the report annotation if you want to generate some code, right? So we will be seeing that on the practical classes, what is annotation and how to use that one. And here is the drift div that basically we need to set up over here, because we need to run some command related to the drift as well. And then the Flutter or the build runner. If you are already a Flutter developer, you should know what is the build runner, right? We use the build runner to generate our codes. And then the report generator, if you want to make use of the code generation using the report, so we need to add that one. And then the phrase, which we will be using to create our model class as well as the state class and all of those stuff, right? You can also manually do, or if you want to have a different packages for that one, you can obviously go and use that one. But in this course, I'll be using a phrase which I'm quite familiar and I love how the phrase work. And also the JSON serializable if you want to serialize and deserialize your model file, or basically the data file that we will be creating later on. So these are the dependencies that we will be requiring, and I guess that's enough for now. And later if we need some more, we will come back over here and we'll add those over here. Now the another thing that I want to point out over here is, once I create the video, I may not be able to cover each and every topic, right? I can't be so much of create a video on such a depth, right? So it takes a lot of time, and you need a lot of the time to prepare for that one. And I'll be creating a video that covers the basic stuff relating how to insert, delete, update, creating a relationships, most of the things that you require in your daily Flutter development, but not the deep level of knowledge that I can provide through the videos. So if you need that kind of the knowledge, you need to go and read the documentation. If you read the documentation, you will understand it more clearly. Some videos it may not be clear, some topics for you, right? Because your experience level, my experience level, my understanding level, your understanding level is different. So it may not be the same what I explain, you get that one, or it may not be easy for you to catch what I try to explain over there. So it's best to go back and read the documentation and understand it, right? So make sure to read the documentation. That's what you have to do. Every video that I create, you should come back and read the documentation and understand it clearly. So let's move on to the next step, which will be to create our architecture layer. And I'll be using the MVVM architecture over here, a basic version of the MVVM architecture. Obviously the MVVM architecture, you can go and create much of the complex stuff, but we will be using the most basic version of the MVVM over here to create our application, because it's not a big application. It's just a simple application that we will be building over here with just a few screens and some dependency injection and some database tables and all of those stuff, right? So nothing complicated. Logic will be applied over here. So let's go and see how I have structure over here. So I have a 3 layer. One is of the data layer, domain layer, and then the UI layer. And as you know, in the MVVM, all of our view and then the view model, we should put it inside the UI layer. So in the UI layer, I have already set up the view. Nothing is there, just a one view is there, and then in the view model nothing is there, and inside of the view model we'll have some state that we need, right? The view model requires the states, so inside of the view model I have set up the states folder. Later we will add the file. So this is the view layer where we will be storing our views and then the models, or the view models over here, basically a view models that is bind to our view to provide the some logic, state updatation, and all of this stuff. And the next layer will be our domain layer. Currently here we don't have much of this stuff. We may add some of the models over here, and later we may add some use cases over here, but currently there is nothing much. So we'll be just adding some our models file over here. We require a models file because once we store some once we create the entity or the table in the database, and that is not the what we want to show up in our UI, right? So we need a different formatted version of all of those information back. We need to pass it back to the UI, right? So that the model will help us to do all of those mapping, right? From mapping from the database table to our entities back to the model file that we'll be using in our UI, which has the cleaned data that we already can use it in our UI. And then the next layer will be our data layer, which is the most important one, where we will be storing our database or DB, right? And then the repositories for accessing those data. So repository will be our main class where we will interact with our database class, right? So like inserting, updating, deleting, and all of those stuff will be called from this particular repository class as well. So this is a simple MVVM architecture layer that I have prepared, and we'll be using that. And once we create the application, we will understand it more clearly by just seeing this particular folder structure. If you are not familiar with the MVVM, you may not understand how it works and all of this stuff. But once we get started and start creating or adding the files over here, you will get much a bigger picture from here. So I guess that's all for this particular lesson, and we have a basic setup. Just go and set up your application, create an empty project, and just add all of those dependency, and just create this particular folder structure inside of your application. So that's all. So that's all you have to do for now, and we will continue with this in the next lecture, where we'll start working with our database. So let's meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and the next step what we need to do is let's go and create our database file. So for that, we'll go to our leaf folder, and inside the leaf we have the data and then the DB folder. Let's create the new file, and let's call this one as the app underscore the DB, or let's call this one as a database.the file over here. And let's create the class over here, and that will be of the app database, which extends from the we need to generate a file. So let's make this one as the underscore $, and then the app database over here. And let's not go and generate the code using the AI. I would like to show you how we can go and actually write that one. So we need a part that the app underscore the DB, so the file name, and then the g.the file. And I need to go and anoint this class with the Drift database over here. And inside of Drift database, I need to provide the tables, and currently we haven't created any of the tables. Later we will see how we can create that. And once we add this, what we can do is we can remove this particular error by generating the code. So let's run the build runner command over here to generate this particular g.the file, and then this particular error should be gone. And now once we have that, we need to override some functionality over here. Let's see if we can go and override the functionality. And here the schema version, this return type of this one is an int, so we need to provide the database version that should be of the integer type over here, and that will be of the version one. And later we will go and see how we can migrate to a different version, but for now let's just keep a default one, which is of the version one. And next is I need to go and create the let's create the constructor for this one. So app database over here, and in the app database, let's just go and close this one. Currently we don't want to have, we need to call the super from here. Make sure we call the super from here, and we need to create the query executor over here. and currently we don't have that query executor. So the query executor is actually used to open the database connection. So what I will do is I'll just go at the, okay, so let's just go over here and let's create a static function over here. So static is static over here, and then the query executor. So we require a query executor over here, and let's call this one as the open connection, or the DB connection, or whatever you want to call it as. And once we have the open connection, here we will open, or we just need to return a query executor, since the return type is of the query executor. So for that one, what I can do is return the query executor. I can just make use of the Flutter Drift, right? So if we go, I guess the package we have already installed, that is of the Drift Flutter. So we can make use of that one, and we call it as a Drift, and that will be of the database over here. So I can just make use of the Drift database over here, and I can just provide the name over here. So it takes some of the params, but I'll just provide the name over here, and then the name of the database itself, and that should be fine. So I need to go and, okay, so the use of the annotation, I need to, let's just close this one, and let's see what went wrong over here. And let's see what went wrong from here. Query executor, and I guess that's this one. So it should be on the lowercase, not the uppercase, and this doesn't have the functionality for that one. So that should be, we need to just provide the name, and if you want, you can also go and provide the Drift web option as well as the native option. But let's just give a simple one, which is we just provide the name, and then the database name, we just will provide the node underscore the app, and that should be good enough. And now we can provide this particular the open connection, the static function call over here, and that should be good to go. And with this, it will just go and create the query executor for you, and then it's going to run this particular, because previously we had to go and manually call the get application document directory and all of those stuff, and join them, create the file, and create your database. But now using this particular Drift Flutter, it does everything automatically for you. So make sure to go and read the documentation about the Drift Flutter and how it works. For now, we'll just go and return a Drift database from here, and just provide the name without the extension. That should be good to go. And now our database class is ready to go. And so we have some, I guess the value of field isn't been used. So okay, so that should not be an issue, just a lint error. So later we'll fix that one. Now we have the app database class, and the next is we need to generate the tables, since we don't have any of the table generated. So let's go and create the table over here. And for that, you can just go and add it over here, but we'll just go and separate through separate a folder for that one, or a layer for that one. That will be of the tables, right? So tabls tables, or you can call the entities or schema, whatever you prefer, but I'll just give it as a tables over here. And inside of the tables, let me just go and add the, let's call this one as the node underscore the table or tax table, whatever table you want to call it. And I'll just give it as the extension as the dot over here, node table dot the dot file. And let's go down over here, and let's create the node over here, the class node, and that will extend from the table, right? So table table, which is from the Drift. So what I need to do is, let's just go and import the I need to import the Drift over here, and that should be good enough. So now let's just go and create the column for our table. So first we need a primary key, right? So if you are not sure what is a primary key, it's basically a unique key that every table has, right? So you need to uniquely identify, later you want to update or you want to delete it, right? So the unique key is used at that time, and we need to generate that one. And also we should auto increment that. Basically, once you want to create a node, we don't want to provide the ID manually, right? So it should be automatically generated. So let's go and create the int column over here, int column over here, int column, and we need to set a get and then the column name. So let's say that is of the ID, and then the arrow over here, which is of the type, will be of the integer over here. So this comes from the Drift itself, and then I'll just go and call the auto increment over here. Just close this one. That should be good enough. So now we have the ID, which is a type is of the integer, and let's just go and add the one more text column over here. Let's just go and create the text columns, ULUMN column over here, and let's say the get, and let's say this one as the title over here, and then the type will be of the text, right? Text dot, and then the we will provide the length over here. So with length, and with length I can provide the min and max. So let's provide the, okay, so let's remove all of this. It's auto generated. So the with length and the min and then the max. So title and then the content that we will provide. Both of them are the text column over here, and over here the length each one, and then the max each of the 100, and then the content will be of the or let's just not call this content, or we'll just call this one as a description over here, DESCRIPT, and description, and description will be of the 1, and then the 1000 is the maximum. And also we can set something like the nullable value for this one, right? So I'll just also set the nullable, which basically means that I don't have to actually provide it. It's not required field, so it can be empty, or you can pass in the null value, right? So if you don't provide any value, it will be basically our default null values. And also I will create the one more bool column over here, and that will be of the get type, and it will be of the each completed or the status or something. So let's just go and create the it's completed for now, and type is of the boolean, so boolean, boolean. And I can also provide the with default value, right? So the default value will be const of the false. By default it will be false. It's completed is the false. This will help us like later once we want to pass in the let's say once we want to create the record, we don't have to actually provide this. If you provide a it will automatically provide it as false because it's the default value. And next let's just go and add the date and time column over here, which is of the created add, right, at what time it's created, and I'll just provide the with default value each of the current date and time. So this all is coming from the Drift itself, right? So this is not any of the function or any other thing that you create manually. These are all coming from the Drift package itself. And I guess that's all that we will set over here. If you need some more columns, you can just go and add it over here. But for this particular tutorial, I guess all of this is enough already. And now once we have this particular node table, let's just go back to our database. And inside of this particular table, what I need to do is I need to provide that particular node table, right? So NOTE. Or let's just go and give a name as the node table itself, right? So that will be more easy for us to get like this is a table actually. So let's just go and import this one from here. Let's import that, and we are good to go. So now once we have modified this particular class, we need to actually go and run the build runner to generate that particular g.d.file. So now you can see it's very less, nothing is there. And what I will do is I'll just go and run the build runner one more time to regenerate the database class. and now the class has been generated. So let's go over here, and now you can see that it has added this particular extra code that was not there previously, right? So all of our table is also added, and this is a primary key with the auto increment. That is the ID field that we have, because we have set up this as the auto increment, which basically the drift internally, once you set the auto increment, it's going to set it as the primary key with the auto increment. So we don't have to go and manually set it as the primary key, because once you set it as the auto increment, it's going to basically create a primary key. So enable the auto increment on this particular column, which will also make this column the primary key of the table, right? And for this reason, you can't use an auto increment column and also set a column table.primary key on the same table, right? So just go and read the documentation. It's clearly mentioned that what you can do, what you cannot do. And once we have our database with a single table, we are good to go. Now what we need is, since we are using the Flutter river pod over here, we will create a provider for this particular class, right? So that will help us to get access onto the different layer, like through a dependency injection. Let's go below this one, and I'll just make use of let's create the app database. The return type will be of the app database, which is of this one, and it's the app database over here as well. And then so we need to create a function over here actually. So the ref and then the ref, and in order to make use of this particular ref, we need to import actually the Flutter river pod over here. So let's just go and set the RIVRPOD river pod over here, Flutter river pod over here. So let's just go import that particular package, and from here final, I'll just call this as a DB, which is equals to the app database. Let's just go and create that. And here, once we dispose this particular provider, we want to close the database connection. So ref.the on dispose, right? So once we call this particular on dispose, it has the callback function, and in this particular callback function, I guess let me just close this one over here. Sorry, I need to close it over here. Okay, one more. Okay, so that should be fine. And here what I will do is I'll just go and close the database connection. Basically means that once this particular provider is disposed, we want to close the database. This will be a global the global instance basically means that you can it can live as long as the application is there, right? So as long as the application is alive, we want to make use of this particular the app DB over here, right? Because every time you close the connection and reopen the connection, that's going to consume a lot of your resources. Once we open it, it's always there, the connection is always open, and once we destroy our application, then we are going to dispose it, right? And here I'll just go and call the DB and then a return type. Okay, so I need to return a DB from here actually. So now once we have all of this, so we need to go and again regenerate run the build runner to go. Okay, one thing I forgot over here, that is to provide the annotation add river pod. All right, we are pod river pod over here. And once I provide add river pod over here, RIVERPOD river pod, and I need to go and make use of the annotation. Import the river pod annotation over here. So let's just go and import that. That should be good enough. And let me go and regenerate that particular code, and it should go and generate or create a provider for us. So let's just go and take a look into this particular g.d.dot file over here. And I guess let's go down somewhere here. It should generate that particular provider for us. Yeah, you can see here, this is the AppDB provider, right? So it has been created using the river pod, right? Or the provider for AppDB, which is of the AppDB provider. That's good enough. So now we have our AppDB database file, as well as we have one simple node table, and also we have the provider, database provider, so which we can use it to access this particular from our repository later on. And the another thing that we can do over here is, if you go to these appdb.dg.d file, and if you take a look over here, the provider each of the auto dispose provider, which basically means that it's going to automatically dispose or clean up, right? And if nobody's listening or watching this particular provider, it's going to basically go and destroy this particular class. But for the database, I guess that's not the good way to move on, because we want to keep this particular database open as long as our application is running, right? So we don't want to dispose it if nobody's listening or watching it. You can obviously make it as auto dispose as well, but in the large application, once you have a very large of the data, at a time opening and closing the same resource file will take a time, and it will consume the more resources, right? Instead of what we can do is, instead we will just go and create the database as long as the our application is alive. Instead of having the auto disposable, what we'll do is we'll just go back to the database, and we'll make this one as the auto dispose to be false. So for that, we will make use of the RIV POD report. We need to make use of the uppercase and keep alive to be of the true. This will remove the auto dispose functionality, and which will keep our this particular provider the alive as long as our the application is running, right? Basically it's running there forever, right? As long as your application is running, your provider is also running. So be careful on this one. All right, so you need to be a bit careful once you have the provider that's not going to dispose. So now you'll see that this is a normal provider without the auto dispose. Now this provider is going to live as long as our application is alive. So that's good for our database, but for the rest we will make use of the auto dispose. Later we'll see how we can do that one as well. So let's just go and add some documentation. This is the DB provider over here, and here this will be of the, this is the main database class, right? So that's the simple the commenting or the documentation for this one, and rest should be good enough. So now currently it is not complicated and it's really easy to understand, so we don't have to provide much more documentation, but it's always good to add some documentation if you are building a real application. So that's all for this particular lesson, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson, let us go and write some queries to create, select, delete, update, and all of those queries over here. And you can obviously go and use the app database class over here to write your queries, but what we'll do is we'll create a separate folder over here to follow a single responsibility. So let's go and add the new folder, and let's call this one as the DAOs, or the data access objects. So in this particular data access object, we will be writing all of our queries. Let's go and create the new file over here and call this one as the node underscore the DO node DAOs, right? So DAO, right, dot file, and that should be DART dot, right? So DART dot over here, and let's create the class over here, and that will be of the node the DOA DAO or DAO DAO, right? And this is going to extends from the database accesses over here. Let's add the database accesses, and we need to pass in the our database class, so that will be of the app database over here. So we will add the app database, and we need to make use of the mixin, so with underscore dollar, and this will be of the node and DAO iron mixing over here. And the next thing is that we need to create the constructor for this one. That will be of the node DAO, right? And we just need to call the super.db. So we need to access the super.db for the database. And here we need to annotate this particular class with the drift, right? And then the drift accessors over here. And I need to provide the tables over here, and the tables will be of our node table that we have, right? So node table, node table, I guess that's what we need. And we need to generate this class. So since we have this machine over here, so what we'll do is we'll provide the part file, and we will name it as a node.dao g.d.file. And I guess we have some error, node.dao, not this one, sorry, super, right? Super.db over here. So let's just go and run the code generation tool over here to generate the missing code over here. And once the code is generating, what we can do is we can write some query. The first thing that we require is to get all of the nodes, right? So that will be of the future. The type will be of the type is of the list over here. And we need to pass get, let's say this is at the get all the nodes over here, right? And here we will return from here the, let's go and select, run the select query, right? Select, I need to select the node table, so that is our table name, and dot the get. So we have a get single and null. Since we want to get all of the nodes, so I'll just call the get node over here. That's going to give us the list of the node table data. So here will be type will be of the node table data. So that is what we are going to return from here. So let's add the comment. So once we got the one query, next query will be to listen to the listen and return all, right? So which means that we want to watch all of the nodes. So let's say that will be of the stream stream. So we need a stream stream over here, and that is also going to return us the list of the node table data as well, right? So, and that will be of the watch all nodes. We want to watch all the nodes over here, and then from here we need to return the stream. So let's just go and return, and I will open the parenthesis and call the select query over here, and that will be of the node table. I need to call the node table node table. Let's call this one as the node table over here. And also I will just go and add some ordering over here. So our order by, so let's just call the order by, and in the order by what I want to do is I want to order by the, I guess let's add the clause over here. So clause will be, I need to provide the array type over here, and the type will be of the t, right? And here I will provide the arrow function ODERNG ordering term. So I need to provide the ordering term over here, and in the expression that will be of the t dot, and I need to, let's use the created add. So I need to created add, and then the, I also need to provide the mode over here. So mode will be of the OD ordering mode, right? So ordering mode dot let's make sure of the descending, so it will provide us the last inserted record, right? So it will be in the descending order, so that will be good for us. And I guess after that I just will have to go and call the watch, right? So not over here, and once I will have to close this one, and dot I can call. So I guess that should be good enough. So let's just go and format this one. So this is one is to provide the stream, right, and watch all the nodes over here. So one is to make use of the future, and another one is to make use of the stream over here. And next will be to insert, right? So let's go down over here, and that will be of the type will be of the future, and it is going to return us the int because the ID is going to return. So insert the node over here, and once we what we want to do is insert is the node and then the companion. Node table companion is what I want to, that is the params or the parameter that we need to pass in to insert it. And from here I can just go and return an into, I can call the into and pass in the table name. So that will be of the node table is the table name that we have, and I can just go and call the insert over here. You have a couple of other like the insert or conflict update if you want to go and insert, or if there is existing record you want to perform something else, right? But for now I guess insert is good enough. And here I'll just go and provide the node table. Right, so I guess that should be good enough. So companion insert in the node table data. So that is okay. So this is what I need to pass. Sorry for that. I need to pass in the node itself. Okay. So this is to insert our record. So insert a record over here into the database. So that's good enough. So once we have read all listen and then the insert, next what we can do is get a single get a single record based on the ID. So for that will be also of the type will be of the future, and it's going to return us the node table, right? That is what it is going to return us, the node table. And from here I'll just say to get the node by ID, and I'll just pass in the int of the ID. So that is going to return us, and from here we are going to return and open the parenthesis, and I'll just say the select. I'll write the select query. Table name will be of the node table that we need to pass in, and I need to write the where condition, where I will provide the table T, right? So this is a table that we need to access, and return will be of the condition will be T dot the ID that we have, T dot the ID dot equals. So it will be of the equals to what we are comparing is the comparing with the ID that we are passing in, right? And I guess that should be we are going to get a single or the null. So this is either going to get all, so we need to get a single from here, right? And let's just go and close this one from here, and this is actually going to return us the node table data for us. Or if you want, you can also go and return actually the get the single or the null from here, and we can say that the return type is of the null. So depending on your requirement, whether you want to return null or you want to throw an error. So here it's actually saying you can go and read this one actually, right? So you can go and read this particular documentation, and I'll just go and call this one for now. If there is no record, it's going to return a null for us. I guess that should be good enough for us for now. Next is okay, so let's go and add some documentation. This will be of the get the node by the ID, right? So that is good enough. So we have the insert and get, and then we have the update. So let's make use of the update. So future again, and here it's going to return us the boolean whether it's updated or not, and I'll just go and see update the node over here, and here we'll pass in the companion object again. So node table companion object that we need to pass in, and let's just call this one as the node itself, right? And here we need to return from here RUTUR and return, sorry, RUTUR and return, sorry for that, RUTUR and return, and then the update. And I need to update the table. This is of the node table, right? And then I need to call the replace over here and replace the entity with this particular object that we need to pass in over here, and that should be good enough over here. And this will be to update, right? Update a node by the companion object. I guess that should be fine. And the next query will be to, I guess, a delete. So let me set it as a node. And here make sure once you are passing in the companion object, you need to pass in the primary key over here. So if you don't provide the primary key, then it's not going to update, or this query is not going to work, because it needs a primary key to work. And the next we will be using the delete. So future, and it's going to, the return type will be of the int, because it's how many rows were affected. Delete the node over here. Sorry, delete the node. I guess that should be fine. We'll pass in the int of the ID over here as well. And here we are going to return, and I need to call the query which is of the delete over here, and the table name. So table name will be of the node table, and I need to run the query where again, right? So where, and I need to pass in the filter table condition, table t, which will be the return type will be of the t dot the id, right? Will be of the equals to the id that we're actually passing in, right? And then we just need to call the go, not the get and return. So it should be actually go, and we will call the go function over here. So you can see delete all the rows matched by the set where clause, right? So the id that is matching over here, it's going to delete, right? And let's go and add the comment. So delete a record by id. So I'll just go and say delete a record by the id. And here we will write one more query that will be to delete also FUTUR future, and it's going to return us the int delete all the nodes over here as well. And we will just go and return from here the call the delete query, and the table name will be of the node table, and then we just have to go and call the dot the go over here. This is going to delete all of our records in our node table. So let me add the comment delete all nodes over here. And what we can also do is, if you want to add the search functionality over here, right? So if you want to search from some record, so for that, let's go and add this one. So I'll just make use of the stream over here. So let's just go and add the stream, and this is going to return us the list, because we need to search for the object over here. So we need to search for the record, so it may return a multiple record, so we need to return a list over here. So that will be of the return type will be of the node table data, right? So it's going to, and then I'll just go and set the search the nodes over here, and I'll just pass in the query that will be a string, and then the query over here. So we will pass in some text over here, and here a final, I'll just go and call this one as the SEAR search. Let's say SEAR search TER and term and search data, I guess. And also we will format this one. So let me just go and format this particular text over here. And also I want to use a like query, so I'll just go and add the person sign over here. That's going to make use of the search query using the like condition. So I guess that should be fine enough. So matching condition with this particular search term over here. And now we will go and return from here our we need to run the select query again. Table name will be of the node table as well, and inside this I'll just go and say the the where condition. So in the where condition I need to provide the type of table is of the T, right? And here I need to go and return the type will be, I need to search on the T dot we have the title, right? So title title. So regex will be of our search term that we have, right? And also I will make use of the or condition over here, or condition, or I can just say T dot we have the description as well, right? So T dot description dot like, and then the like condition each of the search term that we have again over here. So this is the one that we can provide, and then I can just go and say dot the watch over here. So let's just go and return the watch condition. So let's just go and format this one as well, and I guess that should be the one. And from here I can also go and actually do the ordering or order type, and in the order type I need to provide the array, and array the table as well, right? So I need to provide the clauses of the table is of the T, and let's just go and make use of the return type ordering ordering term. And in the ordering term, the expression, I guess the expression will be of the T dot the created at, and then the mode will be of the ordering mode dot descending. So that is what we have in our here as well. So that should be good enough. And with this we already have the search, simple search condition, or the search the node by the title or the description. And if you want to add some more condition, that should be good enough. So I guess we have all of the queries that we require. So first one will be to get a list, right, of the node table without watching it. Next is to return type is of the stream, which we are watching it whenever it changes. So it's going to return us that the updated the value. And here this is to insert a single node. This is to get a node by the ID actually. So ID over here, it should be of the ID over here actually. And this is to update the node, this is to delete the node, and this is to delete all the node. So after we create this particular DAO, what we need to do is we need to go to our database class over here, and in the Drift database, the annotation, we have the option to pass in the DAOs over here. And in the DAOs, we need to provide the node DAO that we have just created over here. And that should be good enough. And after that, we just need to go and generate our code. So let's just go and regenerate the database class over here. And once the class is generated, we are good to go. So now it should contain the DAO as well over here. So if you can go and take a look over here, it should contain that particular DAO that we have actually added over here somewhere here. And let's just try to find this one somewhere here, control and find, and the AO DAO over here. So now that has been added as well over here. So that's all for this particular lesson, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here. And since we have already created our data access object, next is we need to go and work with our repository over here. So let's go and create the new file, and I'll just call this one as the node repository, repository repository file over here. And let's create the class of the node, and that will be of the node repository. And if you go to our, let's go to the DB over here. In the DAO, we have a couple of the functions to run our queries over here, right? So first is to get the node, get all the nodes. So I'll just copy the function name from here, and I'll just go back over here, and I'll just create the same function over here, and this will be of the asynchronous function. So I'll just mark it as async, and I need to import this one. So let's just go and import that particular file over here, and from here I need to return. So let's just give as it is for now. Let's go and grab the another one. So let's just grab this particular function, and let's just go over here and paste it over here. And I'll also mark this one as the asynchronous for now, and let's go and copy the another function as well. Just copy this one from here and paste it below over here, and let's mark this one as well, the async over here, and let's go and grab the another function. So let's just copy the function, all of the function name from here, or the function signature first of all, and later we'll add the function body over here. So let's grab all of the function signature so we don't have to rewrite everything. Let's just go and paste it over here and make this one as the async over here as well. And this is to delete node by ID, right? Just copy that and paste it over here, asynchronous function, and let's go down over here, delete all nodes. Let's go and grab that one and provide it over here. And we have one more, which is to return this one as well. Just copy this and let's go and paste it below over here, and this should be of the stream, right? And now to fix this, all of this issue, what we need to do is let's go over here. We need the provide this particular dependency for this one. So currently this doesn't have any of the providers, so we need to create the provider. So I need to access that one over here. So this one I need a node. Let's say I need a node. What was the name? So this was the node DAO. So I need the instance of that one over here, and that will be of the node DAO as well, right? And I will import this one. So let's go and import, and let's create the constructor for this one, right? So node DAO, and we will provide this one. I'll just make this one as the final over here as well. And since now we have the node DAO object over here, what we can do is I'll just go and call this one as the node DAO that we have, right? And I need to just, let's say, get the node DAO. So I'll just go and call this one as the final, and I'll just go and say the data, which will be of equals to await and then the node DAO that we have and dot the get all nodes that we have, and I'll return the data from here. So that's all what we have to do from here. And similarly, what we need to do is from here I need to return a stream. So since I need to return a stream, I'll just directly go and call the return and then the node DAO that we have dot the watch all nodes, right? So that will just go and return all of the nodes. And I need to remove this async function because this is a stream. Okay, so next I need to do the same thing over here, final, and then let's call this one as the data as well, await, and then the node DAO that we have, and then the insert the node and just provide the node as well over here. And then finally I'm going to return from here the data over here. And the next one is to get node by ID. So let's just go and call this one as the final the data, and I'll just make use of the await and then the node that we have, node DAO dot the get node by ID, and we need to provide the ID over here and just return the data over here. That should be good enough, and we need to update. So final, and that will be of the data, which will be of equals to await node DAO that we have dot the update. Let's call the update function, and then the table we will pass in the companion object, which is of the node, and let's just go and close it over here, and then we'll return the data from here. And we have some, okay, so we have some update the, okay, so this is of the update the node, not the update, sorry for that. Okay, and next we have the option to delete. So final, and let's see our data we are receiving, it's returning some value, await node DAO that we have dot the delete node, right? And then we pass in the ID over here, and from here we'll return the data. Same thing from here. What we need to do is final data, which is of equals to await and then the node DAO that we have dot the delete all nodes, and then we are going to return the data from here. This should be await await over here. And since this is returning a stream, we will directly call the return statement from here, return, right? And then the node DAO and then the search query over here, and just pass in that. So these are all the functions that we require in our repository, right? The repository is the one that accesses or calls the our DAO object to access all of the records, or updating, deleting, and all of those stuff is done through the our DAO object that we have defined over here. And since we need a provider for this one, what we can do, so let us create the provider for the node DAO. So I'll use the add RIVERPOD repo pod over here, and I need to import that particular package over here. And let's just go and provide, that's going to return us the node DAO, node DAO, right? And here I need to provide the ref object and then the ref, and here I need to, since this requires the DB, so I need to have the final, which is of the DB, and ref dot the watch over here, and I need to watch the app database provider itself. And then I need to go and return from here our node DAO and provide the DB object. That should be good enough. And now I need to run the build runner. So let's just go and run the build runner over here. And it was there, it was successfully run, but we still have some errors. So we forgot to import the Flutter repo pod over here. that is the case, and after that I guess it should be fine. So let's just go and take a look over to our provider that has been generated, so which is the node DAO provider with the auto dispose provider itself. So that should be good enough, and let's go back to our repository now, and over here we can just go and create the provider itself. So add our IVERPOD repo itself, right? And then what we need is from here we need to provide this particular repository. So let's go and create that, and this will be the node repository over here, REPOSITOR repository, right? And here we need to provide the ref object as well, and that should be good enough. Okay, so why it is coming up here, and I need to go and import the ref first of all, and here final I need the node DAO object, right? DAO and ref dot the watch. I need to go and watch the provider, so provider name will be of this one, node DAO provider. Let's just go and provide it over here, and let's close it over here, and finally it's going to return us the node repository for us, and we'll provide the node DAO over here, and that should be. I need to import the report annotation over here, and that should be good enough. And now I need a part file for this one as well. And if you don't want to generate the part file, so if you don't like the code generation, then you can just make use of the provider without the code generation as well. So later we will see how we can do that one, but let's make use of the code generator tool or the report code generator to generate the provider for us automatically, so no manual provider creation over here. So let's go and run the build runner to generate this particular file, and it should generate us the report provider for us. And once the file has been generated for us, you can see it provided the auto dispose node repository provider, right? So our repository class is now ready with a provider as well. So all of the functionality has been implemented. Nothing complication over here. We are just calling the node DAO over here. So for that, let's go over here and let's create the try catch block over here, and let's also add the catch over here, and in the catch we'll be catching the exception as well as the stack trace over here. And from here we will throw, right? We need to throw an exception class, or you can create a custom exception from here as well. And here you will just go and send the error over here. If you see over here, we need to send the message over here as well, right? So we'll just pass the error fetching node, and here we'll just go and pass the exception as well as the stack trace over here. And what we need to do is I'll just copy the whole thing from here, right? So instead of writing again and again, now I just move this one inside of this one. So let's just go and let's go down over here. Let's leave the, okay, so let's also add for our stream as well over here. And for the stream, what we need to do is let's move this one first of all inside over here. Okay, so I need to move from here, and for this one let's go and I guess we'll throw or return a stream from here. So let's just go and return a stream dot the error over here, right? So let's just go and return the stream dot the error with the exception, and I'll just go and return that particular error message from here. The same thing that we need to do over here. Let's just go and add this one, and we need to move this one. So let's just go and move it inside, and that's it. So let's go down over here for the get node by ID, and let's add the exception handling with the try catch over here, a simple one over here, right? And with this one, what we need to do is we need to move inside over here, and let's go down with this one as well, and let's move this particular code over here, and let's go down. We have the delete node as well, and let's just go and move this one as well over here, and then we have the delete. Let's just go and move that one, and let's move this one as well, and then finally we have for the stream for the search query over here. And let's just go and move this code inside as well, and from here we need to not the throw, but we need to return the stream over here, stream dot the error over here, and we'll just pass in the exception as well over here, and just pass in the node over here. And okay, so where is that one? From here we need to just go and return our do node dot the search over here. I guess that should be fine. So now we have added our simple try catch block to do our simple exception handling. Obviously you can just go and create a different custom exception handling class over here and return that particular from here, or throw that particular custom exception, and you can do a lot of this stuff over here. But we will keep it as a simple over here, and just throw a exception class over here, or the exception from here. And I guess that's all, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Now let us go and create our model over here. So that model we will be using in our UI. So let's go to the domain, and then we have the models. Let's go and create the new file over here, and let's call this one as the something like the node model. And if you want, you can give a different name, but let's give it as a node model for now. And what we need is we need a freeze class to generate that particular the model class for, or the data class for us. So let's say abstract, and this will be of the abstract class. It will be of the node model, and we need to make use of the width, and then the underscore dollar the node model over here, right? And we need to annotate this one with the add phrased over here, and we need to import that particular package over here. And this is not correct, CLASS class over here, and here we will have the factory constructor over here, and with this factory constructor we'll just name this one as the node model as well, and let's add the some value over here. So that, I guess that should be the required one will be the ID. We need to provide the ID, and I guess the title, and then the description, and this one should be of the string, not the created at should be of the string, because in the UI we need to show a string format, right? So here we will format it as the written as the string for the created at. And I guess all of this can have a default value over here. Let's just go and make this one as the default, right? So let's just go and add a default value of the let's see a 0 for the default value for particularly this one. And then description, I guess is the nullable field, so we'll just make this one as the nullable field over here. And then the title is required, and then the created ad is also required over here. And also we'll add one another factory constructor over here to convert the database entity to our node model over here. So for that, let's just add the our factory, and then the node model, and then dot, we'll say from entity over here. and now we'll provide our node table over here. That is what we have, and let's say we have the node over here, and from here we need to return our node model over here, right? We need to map the database field to the model over here. Let's just go and close it over here, and we need to add the ID, which will be of the type is, and then we need to provide this as the node that we have dot the ID as well, right? And okay, so let's just go and see what went wrong. This should be of the int column, and then this is of the int column can be assigned to parameter type. Okay, so this one should be of the node table. Okay, so let's go to the repository and let's see what we are returning from here. Node table data, so that is what we require over here. Node table data, that is what we need over here, and this will be of the node dot the title, and this will be of, okay, so we need a description as well, right? And then node dot the description, and then we have the created add, so this will be of the node dot the created add. And since this is this requires the string type, what we will do is we'll add the one more function I guess below over here, which returns us the string, and I'll just go and say the format the date and then the time over here, and I'll just call this one as a difference over here, di, right? So differa, and say difference over here, and I'll accept the date and time as a argument, and I'll just call this one as a date and date. I guess that should be fine. And from here we need to return a string, right? So first of all, I'll just go and say the final, which is of the now, and that will be of the date and time now. So let's get the date and time, current date and time, and then we'll get the difference. So final difference, let's say this is of the difference, and now we can make use of the now that we have, now dot the difference, and then pass in the our current date that we have. So this will give us the difference, right? And I'll just go and make use of the if condition over here. If the diff that we have, and that will be of the in days, right? And that is of the greater than 0, which basically means that now it is in the days. So from here we'll just go and return, and we'll return a type of the string over here, and I'll just call this one something like the, let's add the first of all in the diff dot the in days, right? And I'll just call this one as the days, or the, let's just make this one the ago, right? I guess that should be fine, and this should be of the return. It will just say 1 days egos, or 1D egos, something like that, right? And here we'll just go and say the if else condition, else if, right? So else if else not id, else if, and we need to check another condition, which is if is in the hour. So diff dot in I guess not the diff is in hours. So if it is in the hours, and that is in the greater than the 0, if it is in the hours, then we are going to return the same concept over here, and that will be of the in hours, right? And I'll just go and say the h over here for the hour echo. And else if condition, we will make use of the same over here. That will be if it is in the minute, right? So I'll just go and say if it is in the minute, and I'll just go and say the over here. And otherwise, if it's less than the minute, we'll just go and say the else condition and just return a just now. And now we can make use of this particular function over here and just pass in our node created at date and time value. That should be good enough. So it will return a formatted one. So that should be good enough what we need to do. And now what we can do is we will just go and create the part file, which will be of the node freeze model, right? So node model.freeze.dart, and now we need to generate this particular code over here. And once it has been generated, we'll go back to our repository over here. And in the repository, what we need to do now, instead of returning this task table node, we need to return this particular task model over here, or the node model over here. So let's go and say the node model that we want to return from here. And since we got this particular data, now what we need to do is we need to map over here. So how we can map it actually, so if you go over here, we have this particular data, which is of the list of the node table data, and we need to map that one, right? And for that we have already created one to map over here, node model.from entity. So let's go back over here, dot the map over here and map to the element. So let's say the element is of our e over here, right? And with this particular e, so I guess I'll need to put it inside of the bracket. And from here I'm going to return our node model that we have dot from entity, and we'll just pass in the e over here and just call it to list over here. So that is going to return our map version or the node model, list of the node model, instead of returning the database, the node table data, right? So that is what we are returning. And for this particular stream, we need to do the same thing, node, and this is going to return us the node model as well from here. And then for this one, what we need to do is dot the map. So we need to create the map version of this one, and we need the, let's say we got the data, and this is going to return us the data dot the, we need to map the value again over here, and we need to return the to, I guess we need to return a to list from here. Let's close this one over here, and this is of the, let's say type is of the element, right? So let's say e, and from here we'll just go and say the e dot the, I guess not the e dot, we need to return from the task model that we have, not the task model, it is of the node model that we have from entity, and we'll just pass in the e over here, and that should do the job for us. And also we can actually go and handle that particular error as well over here, dot the handle the error in case of there was an error. And here we will just go and get the e and s, right, which is of the error, exception, as well as the stack trace over here. And from here we'll just go and throw some exception, and let's just go and close it over here. So that should be good enough as well. So we have to do the, okay, so for this one we don't require, so we require for this one. So from here we send the node model as well, and what we have to do is the task model, and then call the, not the task model, sorry for that, it should be of the node model dot from entity, and pass in that particular data. And I guess we have finally over here, right? So this one will be also the node model that we are going to return, and we have to do the same thing over here that we have done previously. So let's just go and grab this one from here, right? And let's go down over here, and we will return the same concept over here. Let's go and format our code, and that should be good enough. So now once we create our view model, the view model should receive the node model instead of our database entity, so that will be much more easier for us to display in the our UI, right? So view model has the less responsibility to format and do all of those cleaning of the database entity. Everything is done over here, and we are just passing the clean version of our node model back to the view model, right? So view model has the responsibility, less responsibility of formatting and cleaning our database entity. So just a big difference, nothing much. You can obviously go and do it in the view model if you want it, but I prefer to do in this way, right? So I guess this is much more cleaner and a correct way of maintaining your particularly the code. And we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Now let us go and create our state first of all. So for that, let's go to our UI layer over here, and in the view model, inside this particular view model, we have a state over here. So let's go and create the new state file that will be of the node state.the.file. And here we will create our fridge class over here and abstract the abstract class, right? And that will be of the node state over here, and we need to go and make use of the fridge. So I'll just go say underscore the $, and then the node state over here, and we need to create the factory constructor over here, and let's make the node state over here, and I guess that should be the one. And inside here, what we will do over here is we will add some of our state. So first thing that we need is the loading state. So add the default, and with this particular default I will need let's say it's a boolean, right? So the type is of the boolean, and let's go and add the boolean value of each loading over here. And the next we will have the default value with the value of the list, and that will be of the list of the node model that we have, right? And let's call this one as the nodes over here. And we will have one more, I guess, that will be to have the error state over here. So that will be of the string, and then it's the nullable type error over here. And now let's go over here and let's add the phrase over here. So let's add the phrase annotation over here, and we have some error. We need to go and make this as the part file, and let's make this one as the phrase nodes underscore state dot the phrase dot the dot file. And I guess this should be the one, and from here what we need to do is which of equals to underscore the node model. And once we have this, what we can do is we need to go and run the build runner to generate our this particular state class. So let's go down and let's go and generate it. And once the file is generated, we got some error over here, and that is of this particular bool. Okay, so let's go back, and sorry for that, it should be of the false over here, not the bool. And let's go and generate it one more time, and that should fix that particular error. And next is we need to create the view model over here. So let's go and create the node underscore the view model dot the dart file over here, and let's go and create our view model class. So now since we have already our state, and once the state is ready, we need to create our view model. And for that particular view model, we will be using the river pod over here. And there are a couple of different ways that you can create the view model using the river pod, but we will make use of the notifier over here. I guess that would be a better thing for us to do over here. So let's go and create the class over here. Let's call this one as the notifier, or you can call the something else over here, or let's make this one as the node view model over here, and that is going to extend from our okay, it's not getting import, so we need to go and import it manually over here. I'm going to import the river pod over here. And now here in the notifier, we need to provide the generic type that will be our state, and then the state each of the node state that we just created. Why it's not getting imported? state over here. Let's go and import that. And now we need to override the build method over here. So let's go in quick fix and override that particular build method, and from here we just need to return, right? So let's just go and return our node state that we have. Let's go and return that. That should be good enough. So now we have a simple view model over here, and we need to now go and make use of if we go to the repository over here, we have all of these methods over there. So we need to go and implement that in our view model over here. And for that, let's go over here and we will get all the nodes first of all. And for that, let's go over here and let's make the one function or the method. Let's make it as a future call, and this is going to return us the nothing. So let's say a void, and I'll just say get all the nodes, right? Get all of our nodes over here, and let's make our state and update the state with the state or the copy width, right? So in the copy width, I'll just go and say each loading will be of the true. So there is a loading state now updated as a true, and the error that we have, right? So error, we'll just go and say that this is of the null for now. So we will set it as a default value for the null, or clear any of the error and set the loading state of the true once we call this particular method or the function over here. And let's go down over here and we'll make use of the try catch block over here, right? And in the catch block, we need to catch the particularly error. So I'll just go and say maybe E and then the S, catch both of the exception and then the error. And I'll just go and update the state that we have dot the copy width over here, and we are going to add our each loading that we have to be of the false, right? And then the error that we are going to, okay, so here is an error, and then we have the error state which we are going to set something like, let's go and make use of the string interpolation over here. And for that, I'm going to just go and add this one, or you can add some value like the failed to load the nodes over here, and just give that particular information depending on your requirement, or you can just go and clean all of this information as well. That should be good enough. Let's give it as a simple over here for now, and I'll just go and say the final nodes, which will be of equals to a weight and ref dot the read. And if we go to the repository, we should have our provider, and that particular provider is of this one, not repository provider, right? So let's go back. We need that over here, node repository provider. So let's go and import that over here. And once we have that, we can just go and call our method, which is of the get all nodes over here. This will give us all of our nodes, which is of the list of the node model. So now we can just go and update our state, which is of equals to the state dot the copy with, and its loading should be first of the false over here, and then our nodes should be updated with the current nodes value that we are receiving, and that should be good enough. And here we need to make this one as a asynchronous function over here. Let's just go and close this one. So now we have one function that is going to get all the nodes, right? And we need to do the same thing for the rest of our methods over here. So let's go and add one more method that will be of the future, and this is not going to return us anything, void, and this is to get a single and get the node by, I guess we have the ID, and int the ID that we need to provide, and this is of the asynchronous function as well. Now we need to do the same thing. I'll just go and copy the whole method over here, and from here we'll just go and get the node by the ID, and we'll just pass in our ID over here. That should be good enough. So this should be of a single node, and currently in our here we don't have that particular single node, so let's just go and add that one as well over here. So the node model, and that will be of the nullable type, and it's of the node as well. That should be good enough. So what we'll do is we will go and generate that particular code again, and let's go back to the node view model, and this should be of the node, and we will update the node as well over here again. And what we'll do over here is let's just go and remove this s from here. That should be good enough. Next is we will just copy the whole function from here, and let's go down over here. This is to create the node, and here let's just go and remove this for now, and we need to go and call the, I guess it's not the create, so let's go and take a look what is the function that we have, which is of the insert the node, and we need the node companion. So let's just go and copy the same thing from here, and let's just go and add it over here, and we need a node companion, so let's just go and add that one over here. And now let's just go and copy, we have this particular node, and here we just need to call the function that is of the insert node, and we need to provide this particular value over here, and that should be good enough. I guess it's taking the node companion, and we have some error over here, insert the node, and this is not going to return all of this for now. And let's go and remove this one as well from here. That should be good. And now what we will do over here, instead of sending this companion object, what we can do to call this particular function is, let's go and see what we require in this particular companion object. We require to send the title, description, and it's completed. This one which is created add, and then the ID is automatically added. So if you go to our table over here, so let's go to the tables, and here it should be auto created for this one with the default value, and this is of the auto increment. So we only need to pass in the is completed is also by default as the false. So we only need to send the title and then the description. So in that case, what we'll do is let's go and remove this for now, and then so let's go and say that is of the string title, and then this is of the description. And here we'll just go and say the final node over here, node node table companion that we have, and then we will just go and set this to value, not this one. Let's go and remove that, and we need to import this particular value from the drift over here, and that should be good enough. Or else what you can do is, if you don't want to your view model to depend directly on the database model, right, since this is the database, right, so node table companion is from the you need to access the drift over here, as well as our app database. And if you don't want to get that over here, what we can do is we can directly send this to our repository, right? Instead of receiving as a node companion, we can receive this to over here, and we can just go and make this one over there as well. So just copy this and go to the repository over here and create our the node over here, import the drift, and then just pass in that over here. And now from here, what we can do is, instead of creating or depending on the companion object over here in our view model, which should not actually do all of those stuff, we will just go and remove this. I guess we need that somewhere, right? So here in the insert, we will just pass in the title and then the description over here, and that should be good enough, right? So this should be, I think, better option or the solution that we can implement over here. And now I guess we can just go and remove this one, direct dependency on the drift as well as our database over here. So that will be much more cleaner over here. We are not actually following the actual clean architecture or the clean the separation of concern principle. We are just creating a simple app, and I'm not implementing all of those stuff, but it will be better so that we pass in this particular info back to the repository and let the repository handle all of those over here. So that will be actual things that we can do over here. It's just a simple and much more cleaner way to do over here. And for this one, we will also add the same thing for our update the node over here. Just copy this and we'll replace that one over here, and we will do the same thing. Just copy this one from here, and let's go down over here and let's set that one as well. And now we will go back over here and do the same thing. Just copy this and paste it below, and this will be to update our node, right? So just copy this and place it over here, and this can be of the nullable value over here. So it should not be we can pass actually a nullable value over here, right? And let's go and set that one as the nullable as well over here. And here it doesn't require, so we will just go and check the if condition over here, if it's of the null or not null. And this is not the perfect solution over here. What we can do is, I think a bit better will be of the if the title is not equals to the null, and also the description is not equals to the null, then we can actually go and implement this particular functionality over here. All right, so let's just go and grab this particular info from here, and let's go and provide it inside of this one. And I guess that should be good enough. So let me just go and format the code, and from here let's go and return over here, and I'll just go and return the false over here. And now we can just go and remove this particular condition, and we'll remove this one as well. So these two should not be null actually if you are updating, or you can also check if one is of the then you can just send the another one depending on your requirement over here. So how you want to actually go and update, what if you just want to update the title or description. All right, so if you want to send only this or this, you can set the condition or depending on how you want to update it. But for now, I guess let's just keep it as simple as possible, right? And so we have, I guess, one more to implement, which is of the delete. So let's go back over here and let's just go and copy the same function over here, and let's go and call the delete over here, delete a node. And this one requires us to pass in the int of the id, so int and then the id, and we'll just need to pass in the id over here. And next is we have a delete all, I guess. Just copy and paste this one over here. So this should be of the delete all node, right? So delete all nodes, and we don't have to pass any of the prompts over here for this one. Let's go and remove this one over here. And I guess delete all nodes isn't okay, so here we need to close this one actually. So let's go and format this, and we are good to go. So now we have left with only the stream section over here, and we will do that in our coming up lecture once we learn some more stuff regarding how to make use of the stream in our view model section. But for now, all of this should be good enough, right? And this is an event based, so once the user adds some event to create or delete or insert, then we are going to implement this one over here. So that's all for this particular function. Let's meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson, let us try to go and create our view. So let's go to the view first of all, and let's create the new file, and let's call this one as the node, or we'll just create the create, right? So create underscore the node the view.the.dot file over here, and let's create the consumer stateful widget from the report. So let's stateful consumer widget over here, and let's import the Flutter report package over here. So Flutter underscore the report, and let's import that. And also we need to import the material package over here. So material, I guess it should be from the Flutter material package over here. So that should be good enough. And here let's go and return the scaffold, right? So let's return the scaffold, and we'll have the app bar, and then the body, and we'll also have the floating action button over here. Floating action button, we'll make use of the extended one, and we require the on click function, on press function, just an empty function for now. And then we require the label, and then label will be of the const of the text over here, and text will be of, let's say, save, and save the node, and we'll add the icon, which will be of the icon save over here. And we require to close it, I guess, here, and let's just have that one. And in this particular body, what we require is the so let's go and remove this one and have the single child scroll view widget over here, and requires the child over here. And in the child, we'll add the form over here, and form we need to provide the key as well as the child will be of the, let's add the column over here. Let's try to add the children for our the column over here. And let's go on to the top. Now we require the key to pass in for this particular form. So let's create the final, and I'll just go and call this one underscore the form key, which will be of the global key, and which is the type of the form state. So here we'll just go and pass in the underscore the form key over here, right? And now we require text form field over here, text form field over here, and we require two, right? So one is for the title and another one is for the description, final, and then the text editing controller, which will be of the title controller. And also we require the another one is of the content controller, or we require, let's say, the SQLite description controller. And we require the init block to initialize our variables over here. Let's remove the comment, and here, which will be of the title controller, will be of the text editing controller, right? And which will be of equals to the text editing controller, and description controller will be of equals to the text editing controller as well. And I require a dispose method, so we need to dispose both of our controller and the title controller dot dispose, and also the description controller dot dispose, and that should be good enough. So now here we can pass in the controller will be of the underscore the title controller, and here we need to pass in the controller, which will be of equal to the description controller. And we'll add the validator over here, and which will check for if the value is of the null or value of the empty. Then we'll just say please return please enter a title, or else we'll just go and add the null. So let's just go and copy the same, and let's go and add it below here for the validation. Please enter a description over here. And now we'll also add a simple decorator over here, and let's say I guess we will make use of the input decorator over here. And let's add the title, and then the enter a node title as a hint, and a simple border I guess will do, and border will be of the outline input border. I guess that should be fine. Let's copy this particular decorator, and let's go and add it below over here as well. And in the middle we'll just go and say the const of the size box over here, and we'll just go and hide of the 16. I guess that should be fine. And let's wrap this particular form with the padding of minimum 8. I guess not the 8, let's just make use of the 16. I guess that should be good enough. So now our form fill is ready over here. Next is we need to do some validation and submit it to our view model, and we need to call insert node. And I guess so we don't have the provider as well, so we need to create the notifier provider over here. That will be of the view, not the view, it should be of the node view model provider, right? And we have to provide our notifier class, and then we'll just say the notifier class dot the new. So this should create a new instance, and we need to provide the state as well over here. So now our notifier view model provider is ready to be consumed in our the view over here. So let's go below over here, and I'll say void, and then the underscore, let's say save the node, right? Let's say we save node over here, and here we will first go and say the final is valid, which will be of equals to the underscore the form key that we have, form key, right, dot the current the current state. And if it is not null, then I'll just go and validate it, and otherwise I'll just go and return the false, which means that it is not valid, right? And here we are going to check the if condition, if each valid over here. So if the form is valid, then what we are going to do is we need to go and store it in our DB, right? So let's go and add that the final the title, which will be of the underscore the text controller dot the text controller that we have, and we need to extract the text from here. And then the final the CRUD description, which will be of equals to the underscore the description text controller dot the text, let's extract. So now we have the title and then the description. Now we can call this particular function to pass in the here. So insert note, and for that let's say the insert the note, right? So let's insert just the note, and here ref dot the read, and our provider will be of the node view model provider dot the notifier, and then we can call our function or the method which is to insert the note, and we need to pass in the title and then the description over here, and let's just go and close it. So here I'll also make this one as a description over here. That should be good enough, I guess. Description, let's just go and provide it, and I guess now we should insert the note. That should be good enough. Now what we'll do is let's just go and remove this one from here, and let's just go and call the our save the note method over here, and that should be good enough, I guess. And now what I can do is I can just go back to our node list view over here, and from here I can return our scaffold, empty scaffold, and let's add the app bar and then the simple body over here for now, and let's add the floating action button as well to navigate, right? So FLOAT floating action button, make use of the extended one, and I need a label and on press. Let's just go and simple empty function for now, and let's go to the label, which will be context of the const of the text, and let's say the node over here, or let's say something like the add node over here, and let's also add the icon over here, and then the icon will be of the const of the icon, and from here we need to navigate. So the navigator, right? So navigator navigator that we have, and then the push, right? So navigator, right? Navigator dot the push name, and not the push name, so we require a push over here, navigator, and we need to pass in the route over here. So let's just go and close over here. So let's just go and close it over here, and let's bring this one down, and material page route I require over here, and that will be of the context. So I don't require actually a context, so I'll just put it the underscore, and from here I'll require the const of the create node view that we have. That should be good enough to navigate from our main screen to the create node view screen. And let's go to our main over here, so that should be node list view. Okay, so actually the spelling is error over here, sorry for that. So LIST, so it should be LIST node list view. Let's rename this one over here, and also I need to rename over here LIST list over here. Sorry for that, it's we made some, or I made some mistake over here for the spelling error over here. So I need to do the same thing for this one over here as well. So I need to correct my spelling error, right? So that should be good enough, and here I just need to go and import that. So let's try to go and run. So to run, let's go to our this run and debug button from here, and create the launch.json file. And now I can just go and select from here and which profile you want, profile, release mode, or the debug mode. So let's go and select this one, and let's click on the run button. So let's try to go and run it, and finally you can see that it's running. So let's go to the add node from here, and let's try to go and add something from here. So let's say time for me, right? So let's add a simple title, and let's say the only way you could be sure. So let's just go and save this one, and I guess that should be the one. So if you go to the debug section, you can see that drift isolate worker is actually running over here, which basically means that the SQLite file has been created. So if you can see over here that the node app.SQLite file is actually there, right? So which basically means that the database is created and we should have that one record inserted over there. But currently we don't have a way to see that particular the node list. So I'll give you as a homework to go and pull all of our nodes using this particular get all nodes method in our node view module. So you can actually use that one and to populate it over here. So I'll give you as a homework, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson let us try to go and add or get the list of our nodes over here. So for that, first of all, we'll go over here and we'll override one method over here, and I'll go and override our init method over here, and let's go and remove this one. And what I need is the wicket binding over here, and add the post frame callback over here. And using this particular callback, what I need to do is I'll just go and call this one over here, and to get all nodes over here. So node view model provider over here. So just go over here, and we need ref.read node view model provider notifier dot get all the nodes over here. And let's import this particular provider. First of all, let's go and import it, right? And our ref is not here, so this is not actually our consumer stateful widget over here. And what we need is the consumer stateful widget for this one, and this one should be consumer state over here. Let's just go and change this one over here as well, and that should be good enough. So now we should be able to use our ref.read over here, and this should go and actually get all of the nodes. And once we get the node, we are updating our, let's go over here, we are updating the node, right? So, okay, so it's over here, nodes over here. So we need to watch that one, and currently we don't have. So let's go and add a new file over here, and let's call this one as the node list, and I'll just go node list, and I'll just call it as a widget over here dot file. And let's just go and create the STF or the stateful consumer over here, and I'll just go and call this one as the node list widget over here, or you can give something different name. And let's go and import our package over here. One is of the Flutter material package, another one is the Flutter report, and that should be good enough. And from here we are going to return a list view builder over here, and the item builder which requires the context and then the index over here, right? Context comma the index over here. That is what we currently require from here. And let's go over here, and we need to first of all get the final and then the nodes over here. That will be from the ref.watch. So we need to watch all of the changes in our provider, right? So that will be of the node view model provider, and I'll just go and select a specific state from here. So let's say value, and then the value will be of the value.the nodes over here. So let's grab the list of the node model over here, right? So we are getting the node model over here, and now what we can do is the item count. We'll put the nodes.the length, and let's go and close it over here, and final I'll just go and say the item, which will be of equals to the note and then the index. So from this particular list we are accessing it through the index, and from here we are going to return let's go and return for now a simple list title over here, right? And later we are going to change this one. For now let's just go and add a simple one, and I guess this is not null, so we don't require actually this one. So let's just go and remove this one from here. Okay, let me close this one from here, and on tab let's just go and remove for now. Later we will navigate from there, and I guess we will be adding this to our body over here. So that should be of the note list widget, so we are going to import that, and I'll just go and say okay, so that should be fine. So let's just go and try to reload it over here, and now you'll see that we got the two note or the two item or the node item that we have over here. And if we go and add the third one, let's say something like the only way, and then the okay, so this is title and title, so it should not be actually in title and title. So for that what we can do is we'll go to the create node, and this is not the title, right? So this should be of the description, enter the node description as well. So let's just go and hot reload, and we got that. So let's just go and say the first time the team had played. Let's just go and add that. We need to replace this one over here, so let's just go and rerun our application, and you will see that it's over here. So what we can do is we can also add the pull to refresh, or you can add a refresh button, right? So depending on your requirement, but for now let's just keep it as this one over here. And I guess that should be the one that we currently need to do. So from here we need to go and currently have to manually refresh this one, but we can obviously go and do something like the auto call that particular function, right? And let's try to do that one over here. So for that what we need to do is we'll go to this state over here, and let's add the one more the option. Let's say it's not the each error, I'll just go and say each added, or let's say each created. So each created, or I'll just go and is the not created, right? And let's just go and run the build runner over here. So that should be of the dot run, and then the build, and let's go the runner build dash d. So let's try to go and generate that code. Once the state is generated, we'll go to our view model over here, and in the let's go down over here, insert node, and once it is successful, what we will do over here is to let's just go and say that the each node created should be of the true over here. All right, and if we go to the state, by default it's false, right? And that should be good enough. And here I guess we'll also set the that state to be it's created to be of the false as well over here. And now let's go to the node list view over here, and let's create the listener over here. So void li, or I'll just go and say the state sta state list listener over here, listener, and let's just go and close it over here. And here what I need to do is ref.the what ref.the listen, right? And listen to our provider, that would be of the our provider is the node view model provider. And I'll just dot the selector from here, and selector will be of the value, and this value we will go and select a specific one, which will be of the value dot the each not created, right? So in the listener we get the previous, right, previous, and then the next item from here. And let's just go and open up this one, and let's just go and close it over here. So now if we need to check this particular condition, so if it is true, so if the next each of the true, which means that it has been created successfully, so we get the true. And here you can actually go and show the scaffold. Let's add the snack bar, right? So node has been created, and then we are going to refresh the node list over here, right? So this is going to call the get node list again, and it's going to refresh our existing node. And for this particular listener, what we can do is let's go on to the build. So in the build method, we need to call that particular listener over here, and nothing complex. We are just going to select the is not created state and listen to that, and if that is of the true, we are going to show this the snack bar, right? So the snack bar, so snack snack bar over here, that should be good enough. Let's try to reload this one, and now we got that. So let's try to create one more title over here, and then the description, the most important part. Let's just try to save, and now not created successfully. Let's go back from here, and yeah, we got that one as well over here. So this is one of the much simpler way that we can actually use to make use of the listener, and then do perform some side effect over here, right? So I guess that's all for this particular lesson. Now we are able to see the list of the our nodes, right? And the next step, what I will do is I will give us a homework to create the edit screen or edit node screen. And once you click on this particular item, you should able to navigate from this particular screen to your edit screen. So that will be our homework, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson, let us try to add edit screen over here for our node over here. So let's go to the view section over here, and let's create a new file over here, and let's call this one as the edit the node.the.dart file over here, or let's call this one as the edit node underscore the view.the.dart file, because we will create a screen or the page for this one. And let's create the STF or the stateful consumer widget over here, and let's call this one as the edit node, and this will be of the view over here. So let's just go and add that, and we need to import our import. Let's import the Flutter material package over here, as well as we need to import the Flutter ribbon package over here. And from here, I guess let's go to the create node, and we will just copy the same let's copy everything from here, right? So we require the same concept over here. Just copy this instead of rewriting everything, and let's go on to the top over here. So this will be just the edit the node over here, and we also require the same from here, that is of this one as well. So let's just go and copy the whole thing from here, and let's just go and add it over here as well, and this should be of the final over here. Okay, so now we got the form, right, which is have to enter the title as well as the description, and then we have this is to update the node over here, and we need to create the void function, that is to save the node over here. And let's just go and remove this one for now. Later we'll do the validation. and let's go on to the top over here. So what I need to do is here I need to get the final int of the id, and then here I'll just go and accept that one as the required this.the id. So we will pass in the node id over here, and here in the init block what we'll do is we are going to go and make use of the widget binding, right? Widget binding dot the instance, and add the post frame callback over here. And this will actually, what it does, if you don't know what it actually does, is it waits for this add post frame callback, waits for the next frame. So once the UI frame is ready to render, the first frame is rendered, then it's going to execute the whatever function we have put over here, which basically means that it's going to wait for the UI to render its first frame and then going to execute this particular code over here, right? That is what we need over here. Otherwise, if you try to go and call the get that particular the node, but the UI is not ready, and if we are watching that particular value over here, it's going to be something like an error, right? Because the UI is not ready to render that particular data. So in this case, we'll just go and say ref.the read over here, and we need to read from the node view model provider, right? And dot the notifier, and then we're just going to get the node by the id, and we need to provide the id, which is of the widget.the id over here. Okay, so let's just go and close that one. So once it is going to get that particular get node by id, it's going to update the node, right? So it's going to update the node over here, error state, and here is the node. So we need to watch that particular change. So let's go down over here, and let's try to watch it over here. It's actually, you can go and separate the create a view for this particular form, so you don't have to go and watch it over here. Like if I go and say ref.the watch, and I'm going to select that particular node, and here I'll just go and say the final, which is of node, which is of equals to this one. So every time this and the value for node changes, it's going to rebuild this particular the widget over here. So actually it's not a good way to rebuild everything, because we just need to rebuild this particular form. So you can actually extract this to a separate widget and do or implement this particular watch. But for now, I guess we are not worried about the performance over here. So let's just go and add it over here, and this can be of the null, right? So this can be of the null. So what I'm trying to do is, I guess, let's go down over here, and in the okay, so let's try to extract the title and then the description. So final title, which will be of the node.the title, right? So node.the title that we need, and description is that what we require. So here is the title, and then the description. So it can be of the null, so we just have to extract that, right? So we just will say that this can be of the null. So string type is of the string nullable type. And otherwise, what you can also do is, if it is of the null, then we are just going to say that let's just go and say this is of the just a simple value over here, right? Okay, so now this has some value which is of the null type. And here, once we get that, what we are trying to do is let's go and say we need to set the controller text. So underscore we have the title controller dot the text, as well as the description controller dot the text. We are going to set that one, and then we are good to go. So I guess that should actually go and populate the value in our controller over here, right? And over here as well. So let's try to go and rerun the application. And also we need to, once we click on this particular the the item, we need to navigate to this particular screen. So let's go to the node list widget that we have over here, and over here let's add the trailing over here. So in the trailing I'm going to add the icon button over here. So let's just go and add the icon button over here, and let's just try to go and set this one as the empty function for now. And then here in the icon, let's just go and set the icon, and then the icon start the, I will just go and say the, let's find for the edit over here. So let's say edit over here, and that should be good enough. Let's try to reformat, and here, so once we click on that, so let me try to hot reload, and we could see that one over here. So icon button dot the field, so I don't want to make use of the field, so let's just go and remove that, right? So now we got that, and here in the on pressed we are going to navigate. So navigator, right? So navigator dot the push, so let's just go and make use of the push. And here in the context I need a material page route over here, and I need a builder which is of the context, and then this is going to return, so it's going to return us our view. So that will be of the edit what was that, note, right? So that should be the, okay, so edit note view, so that is what we are going to return it, and we need to pass in. Okay, so let's just go and try to arrange this one in this multi-line, and here ID we need to pass from this particular item. So the item dot the ID we are going to pass in, and let's just go and close this one, and we just have to provide this, and let's try to format the code. Okay, so that's look good. So let's try to just go and reload it over here, and let's try to go and get this one. Yeah, so we got this time. This is a great idea, and let's go to update. Okay, so update the title. Yeah, that's looking good over here, right? And which means now that we can navigate to our edit screen, and we are actually calling this particular get node by ID, which is working fine, right? It's working perfectly fine. So the next thing that we need to do over here is, let's go back to our edit node view over here. Let's try to add one more the field or the column from our DB. So if you go to the table, we have the it's completed, right? So we need to get that one as well. So let's go over here, and I guess somewhere in the bottom over here, let's try to add that one over here. And let's go to the end, and I'll just copy this particular widget, and let's go and add it below, and let's add the row over here, and let's add the children for this particular row. And in this particular row I'm going to add the, let's add the checkbox, or you can also add something like the switch, right? So it's completed over there. And let me try to arrange this particular field over here, and also I'll add the const of the text over here, and this particular text will be as a mark as the mark as COMPLE to the completed over here. So I guess that should be good enough. And then the value what we require is the it's completed. So here let's try to extract that one, final each completed, which will be of equals to the node dot is completed, right? I guess not. Why we can't find that? It's okay. So I guess we haven't get that one in our domain layer. So let's go over here. Okay, so it's not there actually, right? So you can see that this field is not available for us. So I'll just go and say the each, or this will be of the bool, so it's completed, and I'll just make this one as the default. So it will be at the default, and the default value will be of the false over here. and let's remove this one. And what we need to do is we need to rebuild, or we need to run the build runner. So let's try to go and run the build runner, which will be of the dot run, and then the build underscore the runner build dash the build build dash the d. Okay, so we got some error. So DART, right? Sorry for that. And once it's ready, so let's go to the repository, and once we get that particular node, so where is that node? Get node by ID, and from here it's going to map that. So here we also need to map that it's created, and it's completed will be of node dot the each completed as well. So that should be good enough. Let's go back over here now. Then I should be able to get the each completed over here, right? And now this particular each completed I can make use over here. So value will be of the each completed over here. That should be good enough. And on change we are going to get the value over here, right? So here it's going to give us the changed value, right? So let's say we grab the bool of the value over here, or the type which of the boolean, and we got the value over here. So once we get that particular value, now we need to actually go and update our, like let's say if you check that one, then you need to go and actually update your database table to mark it as completed or the uncompleted, whatever you want to set it as the value. But on change that we need to call the database update, right? So let's try to go and reload this, and let's try to see how it look like over here. Let's try to edit, and now you can see that we got that one over here, and we can actually currently we can't do anything because the default value is over here. So we can actually go and update that and get that particular value back and update the UI. So let's try to see if any of those has let me try to go this one. This one is marked as the complete over here, which we can see as the check mark is checked over here. So currently we can't edit because we need to implement that particular functionality over here. So I guess that's all that we have to do over here. View for edit node is ready, so we just need to implement the logic to how you can actually go and implement. So I'll give you the homework to implement the logic behind the update. So you can go to the view model, and here is the update functionality, but this is not a perfect one. This is something like just a mock-up. We need to update this particular functionality. Actually it's not going to work, right? We just completed previously over here, but this is not how actually it's going to work. So you need to find a better way or a better solution for this one, and I'll give you as a homework, try to investigate and try to implement that particular logic over here. We will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson let us try to go and update our node, or let us implement the node update over here. So for that we will go to our view model first of all. So edit node view model over here, and over here, right? And here currently we are getting the title and description, but we also need to send the one is of the each. Okay, so this will be of the boolean, and it will be of the each completed over here. And also we require to pass in the int of the ID, because without ID we cannot update. And if you go to the node table DAO over here, we are using this particular replace method over here. That is why we need to pass in every column over here. So if you go and read the document, replace the old version of the entity that is stored in the database with the field of the entity provided here, right? And basically it's trying to say that the you need to pass in each and every field over here. If you don't pass in, it will be set as the default value over here. So this is actually not a good way to update your field, because you need to pass in all the companion object field over here, right? So every field in the companion node table companion that you need to pass in, or the whatever it's in the entity that it's going to replace it. So what we can do is we can write the another query, but let's try to stick with this one first of all, and let's try to see how we can pass in each and every field over here. And I'll just go and make this one over here with the named parameter over here, and this will be of the required field over here, and this can be of the nullable field. And let's try to format this over here. And then now what we will do over here is in the node update we are going to provide that as well. So let's copy this particular the prompts from here, or the argument, and let's go and paste it over here, and that should be the one. So we require ID, title, description, and then the companion is completed over here. Now we can just go and remove this out of this particular if condition. We don't want to check that particular condition over here. Let's go and paste it over here, and we'll pass in the ID and then the value dot the ID over here. And then for this title and description, what we can do is dot the we can say absent if null, and value dot each absent each, right? So value dot absent if null. And then we also need to have the each completed over here, and we'll just go and say value dot the absent if null, and then we will pass in our each completed the over here, and that should be good enough, right? Or else null, or otherwise we'll just go and say that this is of default to the false over here. And now what we can do is let's try to format the document, and let's go to our the view model over here, and we need to pass in all of the fields over here, that is of the ID, right? ID each of the ID, title each of the title, and description each of description, is completed each of the each completed over here. And once we set this one, we are good to go to call this particular update node. So let's go to the edit node view over here, and we'll check for the condition final, and this is each valid, right? So I'll just go and say it's valid valid, which will be of equals to the our form key that we have, and then the current state, and if it is of the valid, or otherwise we will just go and set it to be false. And now we can go and check for the condition if each valid over here. So if it is of the valid, then we can just go and call our functionality. So the first thing that we need is the final field, which will be of the title, which will be of equals to the text controller, and then we require the description, that will be from the description controller as well. And now what we can do is we'll just go and call our view model, so ref dot the read, and then the read will be of the node view model that we provided dot the notifier. And once we have the notifier, then we can just go and update our node, and we'll pass in the ID, title, and then the description over here. And let's try to arrange this one from here, and we need to pass the ID. So currently if you go on to the top over here, from where we can grab the ID each from here, right? So from this particular node, so this node has the ID, so we need to pass in that one as well. So let's go down over here, and let's take it as the ID as the, okay, not from here, it should be of the int of the ID over here. and from here we need to pass in that one. So what we have to do is let's just go and call the function that will be of the save the note and pass in the ID over here. So that should be good enough, I guess. So let's try to go and rebuild our application, and let's try to go and update our the title test1, and I'll just go and see the test1 over here, and this is a great idea one. Let's try to update this one. So currently we are not listening to any update and we are not seeing the notification, but you can add that one as well. So if we go back, and I need to go and restart for this one because we don't have pull to refresh over here. So now you can see it has been updated to what we have sent previously, right? So that is cool. So it's updating, and what you can do now is in the state, go to the state and add the one more option that will be of the, what we need is the, just copy this one, or we require the same thing, right? So let's just go and add in the same one, which is each node updated over here, updated, and let's go and run our build runner. So that will be of the dot run build underscore the runner, and that will be of the build dash d. So let's try to, okay, so dot run build. Okay, so the spelling is not correct, build build, right? Let's try to run the build runner, and that should generate that. And let's go to node view model, and once we update our, okay, so not the here, it should be of the view model over here. And once it is updated, what we want to do is we also want to say that each node updated to be of the, okay, so not here, sorry for that, it's not here, so it should be of the inside, and it should be of the true over here. Let's just go and remove this one from here, and that should be good enough. It's actually returning us the future of the boolean, so you can just go and wait for the that particular value. So final each updated, and then you can just go and pass that particular value to over here. And here, I guess if that is just the error, then what we can do is we can say that each node updated to be of the false as well. And here also we'll just go and update the each node updated to be of the false over here as well. And now what we can do is we'll just go over here, and we have the listener. So let's just copy this listener from here, and we need to implement it in our node view and edit that. So here we are going to listen to the each node updated over here, and then the node updated over here, node updated successfully over here. And let's go and listen to this one in our build method over here. So let's go on to the top, and we are going to listen that one over here. That should be good enough. So let's try to go that one, and also once that is done, we also are going to call our get all nodes. So that should be good enough. So let's try to run, and I'll update this one. So update, I'll just go and say the title, which will be of the 2 over here, and let me try to update this one, and not updated successfully. So let's go back over here, the title 2 over here, and let's go back over here. So you can see that the checkbox value over here is actually set to false because we are not actually passing that one. So it is overriding the default. It is setting to the default value because we are not passing in. So if you go to this one, you'll see that we are actually setting it to the false if we are not passing in, right? So that is the case. Because of that, it's set as default. So what we need to do next is we need to write a query to only update a specific field or the field that we have passed in. and I will give you as a homework for that one. Just go and research how you can update by specific field only. All right, so this is not actually a correct way over here, because it's going to override some of our the value to be of the default one. Now let us write a query over here to update only a field that we're passing, because previously with the replace, it is going to update all of our field and replace the field to the null if we don't pass in. Otherwise it will set it as a default, or otherwise it will set it to the null. Right, so we don't want that particular condition. So what we'll do over here is we are going to just go and copy this particular function, and let's go and paste it below, and I'll just go and say the patch, we need to be a TCH patch the node, right? Patch the node by ID, and this will be of the patch. Let's say this is a patch, and we are going to pass in the companion node table companion. And here once we got the okay, so let's go and replace this one with our new update method over here, update, and we need to pass in the table over here, right? So table will be of our table is the node, right? So we have the node table over here, and with the node table what I can do is just go and make use of the update. So where condition, and where condition to filter our specifically the table, so tbl, and that table will be, we will filter out the table by, so tbl dot the id, so we will filter the id with the equals to, let's go and check the equal condition, compare with our node that we have passed in, node the id dot the value over here, and we need to write that particular condition. And okay, so we got some, so it's going to return us the int, not the bool, so we have to save that one. So with this particular write, it's only going to update the value that we have passed into this particular companion node table companion. If we pass it as a null, it will be skipped. So that is the difference over here. And so you can just go and read the documentation. So this is how we patch, right? So patch means that you just want to update some of the field that we pass in this particular companion over here, node table companion. And now let's go back to our repository over here, and what we can do is we can just go and copy this particular function, right, and paste it below over here, and this is to patch. Let's go and say the patch the node over here, and now what we can do is this is to patch as well, patch the node over here, and this is going to return us the int over here, right? So we need to return an int from here, and I guess the absent, it's absent null, absent if null, so we can just remove that from here. And if the id we need to pass in, and then the title, description, and it's completed, and it will send the null value if we don't pass in, right? So that's it, only go and patch the record. And now let's go back to our view model over here, not this one. So we need to go to the view model, and I'll just go and copy the same function from here and paste it below over here. This will be of the patch. Let's go and make use of the patch the node, and here we need to patch as well. And for this one, I guess it's updated, so this is of the returning us the value of 1, or the if how many rows got affected with that particular update condition. So I'll just go and check that condition, if, or I will just go and say the true for now, right? So when we don't want to complicate with all of those, let's just go and see, because if there is an error, so it's going to directly go and catch it over here, and if it was success, it's going to just update it to be of the true for now. So that is good enough, I guess, and it's updated over here. We also need to say it's updated, it's not updated of the true. Okay, so that's fine. So now we can go back to our view, which is of the edit node view, and over here, so in the checkbox, once the value is changed, what we'll do is we'll just go and pass in our call in our update or the patch node over here. So over here, this will be of the patch the node, and we'll just pass in the ID and it's completed to be of the true. And let's try to go and rerun our application. And now let's go to the first one, and I'll just go and check this one, and not updated successfully. And let's go back. You can see that it has been marked completed. We are not updating the state currently. We need to update the state as well. And similarly, in the, let's go down over here. Once we save the node, we just want to update this one, right? So this will be of the patch. So we'll call the patch and pass in the title and the description, so that it's just going to update whatever we have. So let's try to rerun the application and test one, and I'll just call this one as the patch. And let's just go and okay, so let's just go and send the patch over here, updated successfully. And if I go and edit that one, you can see it is still there, right? So this is the actually a correct way of patching or updating your table. So don't make use of, so this has the pros as well as the cons, right? So if you want to pass every field or reset it to the default, then you can make use of this one. Otherwise, we will make use of the patch over here. And what we can do, once we update this, we want to update this particular view as well. To do that, we'll go over here, and you can see that we have this, the get node by ID. So let's just copy this, and we will get it over here as well. So we will also refresh the node, and then the node, and then the node list over here as well. Let's try to rerun our application, and let's try to go over here. Let's try to edit this one, and I'll just go and remove the patch from here, and I'll just go and add the -1 over here and uncheck this one, and I'll just go and update that, and you'll see that it has been updated. So if I go and check this one, it should update this one as well within this particular listener over here. So you can perform the side effect over here, which is what we are trying to do, showing the snack bar and also calling some of the functions or the methods once the state changes, or once we listen to that particular state changes. So that should be all to update our or edit our node or patch our node. And we will continue with our lesson in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson, and in this particular lesson, let us try to implement the delete node as well as the delete all node over here. And for that, we'll go to the node list widget, and here we'll add the, let's add the widget over here that will be of the dismissible widget, and we need to provide the key for this one, and key, let's provide the item.id, which is of the unique ID that we will provide as a key over here. And then the background, we will provide the container over here, right? Sorry, container over here. Let's provide the container, and let's keep the color as the red, and alignment to the center right, and then padding, and then the icon over here. And if I go and restart the application, and if I try to drag this one, you can see that we got the background with the icon and the icon of the delete. That should be good enough. And we can also add the direction over here, dismiss direction to the end to the start, which basically means from here to here, right? We need to drag that one. And also the dismiss threshold we can provide, and let's provide the threshold of the 50, end to start of the 50. That basically means that you need to drag at least a 50% to enable that delete function, right? Or you can also give something like a 70%, so it need to come at least up to here to be able to call the confirm dismiss. So the next will be to confirm the dismiss over here, and it provides us the direction. And we will make this one as the asynchronous call over here, and here we'll just go and return, right? So ret urn return from here, await, and then the dialog over here. So the dialog over here, and this will have the context, and then the builder will require you the context as well, right? And let's just go and have, from here we'll return the alert dialog, and alert dialog with the title, content, and then the action. In the action we'll have a 2 text button, one is to cancel and one is to delete. So let's just go and return that, and that should be good enough. So let me just try to go and clear all of this. All right, and now you can see that delete node is a title, and are you sure you want to delete this particular node? And here we don't want to call this particular delete method over here. Just remember from this, once you cancel you need to return a false once you pop that particular dialog, and once you confirm or once you say yes, you need to delete it, you need to return a true from here in this particular the pop method over here. And once we have this particular, we will go down over here and we'll call the undismissed over here, and it will also provide us the direction as well, right? The RECT and direction as well. And with this particular once the dismiss is called, basically that once you set it as a true, it's going to call that particular on dismiss. And on dismiss we are going to delete that particular the node with that ID, and we'll show the scaffold or the show message where a snack bar over here, basically to item title was deleted, right? And that should be good enough. So let's try to rebuild this one, and let me try to add one more node, which will be of the test2, and then the test2, something like that. And let's try to add this one over here. Now let's go back. Now currently we have 2, and let me try to remove this. You can see that are you sure you want to delete, cancel. If I drag this much, it's not going to show that. I need to drag at least a 70% to enable that particular dismissible, right? So if I come here, you say are you sure you want to delete, click on delete, that's deleted, right? And it should call the database as well, right? So currently we only have 1. And the what we can do also is the we will also add the leading over here, and in the leading let's add the checkbox over here, which is of the adaptive, and let's just go and close this one. And then the value will be of our the item dot the each completed over here, and on change we are going to just go and set the empty empty method call over here, and we require a value over here. Let's try to reload over here, and you should see that particular checkbox over here. And if I go and mark this one as the completed, if I come back, you should see that it's over here. So that's pretty cool, right? So now we have the a working CRUD operation over here, and we have one more left, which is to call delete all nodes over here. So let's add the one the overlay menu over here, and that will be anchor menu. So let's go to our node list view, and here in the app bar let's add the actions over here. Actions are the list, and with this particular list I'll provide the menu anchor over here, right? So let's go and provide the menu anchor. It requires the children, so many children, it's a list over here. And I'll just go and provide the menu item button over here, and this one should be good enough. And let me try to arrange this one all and format this, and I'll go and say this is the clear notes over here. Let me try to rebuild this one, and it's still not showing. So what we need to do is we need to go and actually call the build method over here, not the background. It should be the over here, which is of the builder, right? So we need to call the builder, and it provides the context controller and then the child. And here we will return the, let's return the icon button over here, and icon button will be of the more underscore the word. And on pressed we will have the function callback over here. Sorry for that, it should be of the function callback over here. And okay, so I need to remove some of this so from here, right? And this is over here as well, and I need to, okay, so I guess it's messed up already over here. Let's close this one. That should be good enough. And I can check for the condition. If the controller is in the open state, then we are going to close it. Otherwise we'll open that particular menu over here. That should be good enough, right? And let's try to rebuild from here. And now we can see that we have the anchored menu, and once we click on the clear notes, it's going to clear. But it's always a good practice to add the alert dialog over here, because we need to alert the user that you are going to clear all of your records over here. So for that, I'll make use of the show the dialog over here. Let's make use of the show dialog. We have the context, and then the builder will require us to pass in the build context, build context over here, and we'll return the alert dialog from here, and delete all nodes. And this is a title and then the content, and we'll have a two action. One is to cancel, which will just pop that particular alert dialog, and next is to delete all, or you can also have the yes, and that's going to call our delete all method over here. So let's just go and remove this one from here, and that should be good enough. So let's just try to rebuild, and let's try to go and clear nodes. You'll see that the delete all mode, and you have the cancel as well as the delete all. So that's it, go and clear that. And it's actually not updating the UI, right? So that will be for next functionality, making use of the stream. But for now, let's just go and rebuild this one, and you can see that it's gone. So if I add the one more, which is of the test 1, and then something like the test2 note something, and save that, and you should see that. So we can also call the one more method, which is of to ref.the-read and get all notes as well over here, right? And that should be good enough. And I can say the await over here. So let's just go and make this one as the asynchronous call, and I'll just go and say await for this one before moving on to this one. And for this one, I guess I'll just go and move this one to the top over here. Sorry for that, it should be actually, we are going to move this one to the top over here, so we don't get that particular warning, because we are making use of the await over here. So that should be good enough. And let's try to clear that one more time, delete all, then that's cleared. And let's go and add the something over here, and let's add something over here as well, right? That's good enough. So I guess that's all for this particular lesson. We have successfully implemented the delete, swipe to delete, as well as the clear nodes from here. And we will continue with this one in the next lesson. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson let us go and make use of the stream. And if you go to our repository, we have watch all nodes, which is returning off the stream, and it's a list of the node model. So we need to watch this one, so any changes in our the table would reflect that particular change, because we will be making use of the stream over here. So let's go back to our node view model, and first of all we'll create the stream subscription over here, stream subs subscription, and that will be of the nullable type, and let's call this one as a node stream subscription. And in the build method we'll make use of ref.the on the dispose over here. On dispose, what we need to do is we will dispose, or we'll cancel the stream, otherwise it may cause a memory leak in our application. So make sure you cancel the stream subscription over here, future, and this will be of the void, and I'll just go and say watch all the nodes over here. This will be of the asynchronous function, async asynchronous function, and here we are going to make use of our node stream subscription, which will be of equals to the ref.the read. So we need to make use of our provider, that will be of the node repository provider, right? So that is what we have. And here I will just go and say we need to watch, I guess, right? Watch all nodes. This is what we need, and I'll just go and say dot listen over here. We need to listen, and we can get the data over here, right? Listen particularly the data, and in the data what we will do is, once we get this particular data, it's a list of the node model over here, and once we get that, what we'll do is we will say update the state, which is what we call so the state dot the copy with, and here we will just go and update our nodes to be of the type of the data over here, and that should be good enough. And let's just go and close this one. This is for the, let me just go and format the particular code, and this is on the for the on success, and there may also be the error, right? So we can also make use of the on error over here, and we can just go and grab the e and then the exception and then the stack trace over here as well, and we'll just go and update our error to be of this one. And let's just go and add the comma over here. Let's just go and format our code over here. Now this looks much more better over here, and this is going to watch for all of the changes and listen to the changes in our node model. In any changes will reflect the, or will update our the node in the state over here, or in the state in our view model, and we can watch that particular, or we can listen to that in our view over here. And for this watch all the nodes over here, let me just go to our here, right? So this is what we can do is, once we have that particular build method, we can just go and say the watch all the nodes from here, and let's go back to our node list over here, and I guess where is that get all nodes. I'll just go and comment this one out. Let's try to run our application, and you can see we are still getting that particular nodes over here. And if I go and let's try to go down over here in the listener, so this is the listener, and we are still getting the nodes. I'll just go and add the comment for that one, and let's try to rebuild, and let's create a new node. Let's see test2 over here, and then the test2 description, and let's go and save that one. And let's go back. We should still get that one. That's because we are watching any changes, right? And you can do the same thing for the rest of the like this is updated, right? And for that, let's just go and add the comment. And also in our delete, I guess we also have the same functionality. So let's go and take a list over here, and this will be over here. And delete node. After we delete node, I guess we are still listening on somewhere over here, right? Okay, so let's try to go and rebuild this one, and let's try to go and edit this one, which will be, let's say, test1 or test1, and then we'll just go and update it to be of the test1 description, and then update this one. And let's go back. You should see that it's updated. So any changes that is done in our node table will now reflect us, because we are making use of the stream listener over here, right? So we are listening to the stream listener, and if you don't want to watch it from here, and you can just remove it from here, and then you can just go back to our the view, right? And in the view we have over here, you can also call it from here to watch all the nodes, but this will be called every time you are going to initialize this particular node list view, which in some cases you don't want. You just want to initialize this particular watch a single time once the view model is created, and keep it there as long as this view model is there. And at that time you can just go and make use of the watch over here directly, instead of calling it from the view, because whenever the view is created, it's going to again call that particular the method over here in our view model. So it's depend on your requirement how you want to proceed, and that's up to you. So that's all for this particular lesson. We have successfully implemented our stream subscription and listening to the changes in our database table. There are different ways to actually do this one, but I guess this is the most simple way to implement the stream using the our stream subscription over here. So that's all, and let's meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson, let us try to go and create another table over here, and let us implement a relationship between two tables. So for that, let's go to our table over here, and inside here let's create a new file, and let's call this one as a category, and then this will be of the category underscore the table.the.dot file. And we will create a category table over here. So for that, let's go and add some of the columns that we require. So let's say our class, and that will be of the, I'll call this one as a categories, and that will extends from the table over here, right? That will be from the drift, right? So we need to import the drift over here. Make sure you import that table from the drift over here. And let's create the column over here, and a column that will be, okay, it should be of the, let's make use of the int column instead of the column over here. So int column, and this will be of the get the id, and the type will be of the integer integer over here, inti, and the eger integer over here. And that will be of the get the auto increment, right? So we need to make use of the auto increment for our column id, right? This is the primary key, so we need to set it as a auto increment. We don't have to directly specify as a primary key, because once we set it as an auto increment, it's going to mark it as a primary key. Text column over here, we need a text column, get the let's say a name over here. It will be type is of the text over here, right? Dot, and I'll just go and say the width length over here. So let's go and add the width length, and let's just set the min and max value for this one. So minimum for the category name, let's say 3 character length of the minimum, and the maximum for the category the name, let's set it as a 50. And another one will be of the text column over here, that will be of the get. And let's see our color, let's try to set this as a color over here, and we'll also set this one as the text itself, and I'll also give it as the width default width length, and let's set it as a minimum of the 7, and then the maximum we'll just give it as 10 over here, right? And also we'll set the date and time column over here. This will set it as a created created ad over here, and let's say this is at the date time, right? So date time from the drift itself, make sure you select that one with the default value of the current date and time from the drift itself, right? So that should be good enough. And if you want, you can also add the updated ad. I guess we already have added. Okay, so we already have the created ad, so let's just stick with just our created ad, and let's not add the updated ad, but obviously you can just go and add that one over here. And once we have this particular the categories table, which has the ID, column, color, and then the created ad over here, and this is a new table, so we need to create a relationship between this particular category table and then the node table over here. To create the relationship between these two, what we'll do is we'll create let's go to our node table over here, and let's add the foreign key over here, so that has the foreign key relation with our category. It will be of the let's say int column over here, and let's say this will be of the category ID over here, and then the type will be of the integer over here. And since we'll make this one as a nullable, because it can be of a null, because we already have some of the node, right, and that doesn't have the category defined, right? So we need to make it as a nullable. I hope you got the idea, because we already have this particular node table and it already contains the data, right? So, and once we migrate to the newer version of our DB, and this will have the category ID as a nullable type, right? So otherwise you will get an error if there is no value for the category ID once we do the migration. So let's set it as a nullable over here, and here what we can do is add a reference to the another table, right? So we'll add the reference to our categories over here. So this is the categories that table that we have defined, and in the reference we need to set the type each of the table and then the symbol. So symbol will be of the hash ID by default. So if you want to here is your ID, right? So that's what we set it as a hash ID, the default symbol that we have to define. And also we can set some other properties over here on update and on delete, right? So these are the other properties that you can define. So here we will define the on delete, which basically means what will happen if the category is deleted, right? So if the category is deleted, what we want to do is the we can have a key action and then the cascade over here. This basically means that if we delete the category from here, that should also delete this particular the node over here, right? Because it has a relationship where the category ID in our node table has the reference to the categories table, has a reference to the categories table with the ID. So there is a relationship. Category ID from the node table has the relationship with the ID in our parent table, which is the category. So currently the category is the parent table, and then the node table is the child table. So what it does is, if we delete the parent table, like let's say we delete let's say a category 1 from the category table, and if there is any the node that has the reference with that particular category ID, it should also delete over here. Make sure to go and read the documentation about this, about the setting up the relationship or the foreign key relation over here. So I'll just go and add some comment over here just to give you some idea. Foreign key to the table, foreign key to the categories table over here, and let's say foreign keys with the category table, and also we'll just say on delete cascade, right? So that basically means that if you delete the category A, then that should delete all of the related the data from our node table. And once we have that, what we can do now is we need to go to the app database, and then we need to define our table over here. Let's just go and set that one up over here as the categories over here, right? So let's just import the categories from here, nothing new, and we should import that over here. And now the next option is to create the DAO for this one as well. So I'll give you as a homework for that one to create the DAO, and you need to add it over here, and you need to generate the code for here, right? So currently it only has the node table. We also need to generate for the categories as well. So I'll give you as a homework, and we will continue with it on the next lesson. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and now let's go and create the DAO for our category. And I hope you have done that one, and if not, let's go and create it over here. So let's go to the DAOs over here, and let's go and create the new file that will be of the categories underscore the DAO over here, the DAO file over here, or let's just call this one as the category, category category. And let's go and I'll just go and copy the whole thing from here, so we don't have, it will be the same thing, so we just have to rename some of the properties instead of going and creating everything. So let's just go and call this one as the category DAO over here, right? And this will be of the not the node DAO, category DAO over here as well, right? And once we have set this one up, and we need to provide our categories over here, so we need to provide that particular categories table, import that particular table over here, and let's go and rename this one. So we have to do the same thing, categories, or let's just call this one as a category over here, category DAO over here, and that should be off over here as well. So we have to rename this one category mix in, and we need to create the constructor for that one as well. And now we need to replace this one and this one as well, and we need to generate that particular file. So here let's go and set this one as the category categories, I guess categories companion, I guess categories companion is not the companion, I guess categories data, I guess it's not there. So what I will try to do is I'll try to generate that. So let's go back to our table, and here in the DAO I'll just go and say the category DAO, right? So CA category DAO.new, and let's go and remove that. Let's try to generate the code, and that should generate us our the required data or the fields, and we should be able to import all of those over here. And once the code is generated, let's go and replace this one as the categories over here. That is the table that we have, and it's going to return us the future list of the category over here. So category, I guess it's going to return that for us, list of the category. That should be good enough. And over here we need to replace the select the categories, and then this is going to return us the categories table, right? So I guess let's try to see what is going to return us. It's still going to return us the list of the category. So list of the category over here, that should be good enough. Here let's go and add this one over here, insert, and it's going to insert the category, and let's say this one as the data over here, and this will be of the category, I guess, and this will be of the data over here, right? The insert is taking actually a category, so we will add that one. And here we'll just go and get the categories, where it's going to get a single, and that's going to return us the nullable of the category. So let's say a category of the nullable type, that is what it's going to return us. And from here we also have to do the same thing, replace with the iterable of the category, which is of the entity. So category that we need, right? And then let's go over here, let's replace this one as well, and we also need to provide the category, iterable of the category. So let's say category over here as well, and let's replace this one with the data. I guess that will be much more better over here, and this will be also of the data, and then the data as well. This will be of the data dot the id, and I guess dot the value, I guess data dot the id, right? So categories companion data and dot the value. So we need to provide the category companion that has the, because we just want to provide some here update node. Let's also provide the same thing, category companion over here, so it will be easy for us to send this particular value over here. And over here we need our categories over here, and then the equals to, that is going to return us the int type, that should be fine. And here delete all, and that will be of the categories dot go. And here is the table, and it's going to return us the list of the category as well. So return the list of the category over here, and here the t dot the, not the title dot the, we will search it by the name, and I guess that's, or I guess in the here we don't need, or let's just go and add a simple search by the name only over here. So that should be good enough. Search the, not the node, it will be of the category. Search the category, delete all, it will be of the category as well, right? And this will be also of the delete the category itself, and patch the, sorry for that, we need to replace all of this over here. Update the node, or you can just keep it as an update over here. Update the category over here, and let's go down, or let's go up over here, get the, not node by the id, it will be of the category by id, and insert the category over here. And let's also provide the companion over here instead of providing the table directly over here, category companion, and this will provide us with a better solution, I guess. And let's go on to the top over here. This is going to return us to watch all nodes, and we'll just go into watch all. This will be associated to URY category. Get all categories, I guess. Get all category, I guess that should be fine. And that should be good enough. And let's just go and remove this one from here. And we should have the provider, and with all of the required the category DAO over here, and you should add this one to your Drift database in the DAOs as well. And once it's done, then we just need to go and generate the code for all of this. Then we are good to go to use it in our repository. So next we need to create the repository for the category itself, and I'll give you as homework for that one, and you try to do it on your own. If not, we will meet up in the next lesson. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson, let's go and create our model for our category, and also we need to create the repository as well. So let's go back to the domain, and in the model, let's create the new model that will be of the category underscore the model.the file over here. And let's create the abstract class over here, abstract class, not the last, it should be of the class over here, and that will be of the category model itself. And we'll make use of the phrase over here, and that should be underscore the dollar and then the category model itself. And now let's go and have the annotation of the add phrase over here, and also we need to have the part file over here, and that will be of the category model.thephrase.the.dart file. And now here let's go and create the const of the factory constructor over here. And now with this particular factory constructor will be of the category model itself, and let's add the some of the named parameter over here. I guess we will require the default one, which will be the value of, let's say, a 0 for the ID over here. And next we will require the string. We have the name, and also we will require the string of the color over here, right? So color color over here. And I guess that should be what we require over here. Const category model, and this will be equals to the underscore the category model itself. And next we will also create another factory constructor over here to map our entity or the database table back to our category model factory, and then the category model that we have. And I'll just go say that the from entity, right, from enti entity, and we will provide the categories. I guess this is the one that we will receive, and that will be of the categories, I guess, right? Categories itself, not the s, it should be of the categories itself. And let me go back to our DAO, and let's go and check what we are returning from here. The list is returning the category. Okay, it's returning the category, not the categories. So what we will do over here is we need now the categories, category over here, right? So let's go and add that one over here, not the category. So that will be okay. Let's see category over here, CATE category over here. And now let's go and return from here. That will be of the category model, right? And ID, name, and the color we are returning from here. Now let's go and generate this particular file. So let's run the build runner. So dot run build underscore the runner build dash d. Let's try to generate the code over here. Okay, so it has been generated, and this is unused import. So let's remove this one from here, and we are good to go. So let's go back to our repository and let's create the new file. Let's call this one as the category underscore the repository.the file over here. Let's create the class of the category repository over here, right? And let's go back from here, and what we require is we require the DAO, right? So let's go to the category repository, and I require the category DAO. Then that should be of the underscore the category DAO itself, and I need a constructor for this one. Let's go and have that particular constructor, and let's go down over here, and what we need is we will require all of these the function as well, right? So I'll just go and copy every function from here. Let's copy all of the function from here, and let's go back over here. Let's paste it over here. Okay, so I think I haven't copied that, so let's go and copy this, and let's go and paste it over here. And now instead of returning the node model, I need to return the category model over here, right? And this will be of the category DAO. So let's say category DAO and get all the category, and here I need a category model dot from entity, right? So let's just go and map that to here, and it's going to return that one. That's perfectly fine. Here we are going to return the category model as well, and this will be of the category DAO, and watch all the category. And from here we need our categories, not the M, it should be the category model, right? So category model, I guess that should be fine. Oh, we have to do the same thing. Category companion, this is the one that we need, and here we require the name, right? Name, and then the color, and this value we need to import from the drift, and here we require the name as well as the color for this one. And let's replace the name over here, and this will be of the color, and this will be of our category DAO, and then the insert the category. Okay, that's look good. So from here we need to return the category model, right? And this will be of the category DAO dot the get the category by the ID, and from here category model dot from entity. And once we update, this will be okay. For update the we also need to replace the method name. This will be of the category companion over here, and we require the name, and then we require the color. This can be, we can remove this one, and here let's have the update our category itself. That should be good. and patch, we require the same thing here, and this will be of the patch the category. So here we require the category companion, and we require the name and then the color, and we can remove this, and let's bring in the here. I guess we just require the let's bring in the what we require is the name, and then we require the color. Okay, so not the color, it's of the bool. So here we require the name first of all, and then we require the color itself, right? And this id is required field, so let's have the name and then the color itself over here, and that should be good. And so here we also need to do the same thing. We require the name and then the color itself. We can remove this one from here, and we will pass in the name and then the color over here. I guess we have few more left over here. Delete, and this will be of the, let's go and delete the, okay, so delete category, all right, and id, okay, that should be fine. Delete all, let's go and have the delete all. I guess, do we have delete all? So delete all categories, and it's going to return us the category model from here, and this is going to be of the search the, we need to search the category, and from here the category, right? So the category model dot from entity, and now we need to replace this particular naming convention, so that will be of the just search the category itself, and this will be of the delete all category, right? And this will be of the delete category itself, and this will be of the patch the category, and let's go up and update the category over here. This is to get the category by id, and we have the insert the category over here, and this is to get watch all the categories, and finally we have the get all categories over here. So let's go replace this one over here, and this can be of the final, right? And now we just need to create the our provider. So if you go and take a look over here, we have created this particular provider. So let's go and grab this one and paste it over here. This is going to return us the node repository from here, and not the category repository, and this is going to provide us the category provider. So I guess category, what was the name? So let's go back to the DAO, and here we have this. So let's check what is the provider name. So category DAO provider, so this is what we require. So category DAO provider, and we need to import our report, Flutter report. We need to import that, and let's go and annotation of the report as well, and this will be of the DAO, and let's call this one as a DAO, or you can call this one as a category DAO as well. And what we need to do finally is we also need to have the part file for this one, and this will be of the category underscore the repository dot file, and this will be of the dot file over here. And make sure that the naming convention is of the correct. So I'll just copy this and paste it over here, so to make sure that this name is correct with the file name, otherwise it will not be able to generate that particular file. So let's go and run the build runner one more time to generate this particular dot file over here. Okay, so it has been generated and we are good to go. So now our repository and then the model is ready. The next will be to go and work with our view model over here, and I'll give you as a homework to create the state and then the view model for our category. And we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson let us go and create our state as well as the view model for our category. Let's go to the UI, and in this state let's create a new file, and let's call this one as the category state.the file. And let's create the let's import the FREEZED freezed annotation, and we need to import that first of all, and that will be of the freeze annotation, and then this will be of the abstract, right? abst rct abstract class that we need to create. That will be of the category state, and that should be of the category state, and we need to make use of the width underscore the dollar, and that will be of the category state itself. And let's go and open up over here, and let's create the const of the factory constructor over here. That will be of the category state itself, and let's go and this will have the type will be of the underscore equals to underscore the category state, and let's have the named parameter for this one. The first thing that we require is the add the default, right? And that will be of the false, which will be of the each loading over here. And next we also require something like the let's have something like we need each updated, right? So let's have the each updated over here. That will be also for the each updated, right? And we also need the each created, and also we will require the each deleted, right? So we have our each deleted over here. And next is we require the add the default, which will be of the list, and this will be of the list of the categories, and that will be of our category models, list of the category models. Let's go and import that category model over here. And next what we require is the let's duplicate this one. This is not the we will require the category model, a single category model over here. That will be of the, let's call this one as the selected category over here, selected category over here, right? And this is not the default one, it doesn't have any default value. We'll just make this one as the nullable, and also we'll have the string type which of the nullable, and that will be of the error message or the error itself. And let's have the part file over here, part and category state freeze.the file. So that should be good enough. So this is the state, and what we need to generate the generate the code. So let's run the build runner build -d build runner, right? So build runner build -d over here. Let's try to generate that particular code, and now let's go to the view model itself, and let's create the new file that will be of the category underscore the view underscore the model.the file over here. And once that is done, let's go and create the class of the category view model itself, and this is going to extends from our notify, right? So notify from the Flutter river pod over here, and we need to pass in the type over here, generic type, that will be of the category state that we just created. So let's import that over here, and we need to override the add build method, right? So let's go and override the build method over here, and from here we are going to return our category state over here. And what we need over here is we also need to create, or let's go and copy all of the functionality from here. We will require the stream subscription as well, so let's just copy this to our category model over here. We require this one as well. I guess I did not copy that, so let's go and copy and paste it over here, and let's import this one, and this will be of the what was that, category stream subscription over here. And what we need to do is ref dot on this post over here, right? So we need to go and dispose that over here. Let's remove that CV and let's cancel the subscription, and let's go down over here, and now let's copy all of this functionality. So we have the watch all category, all get all node, all of this functionality we have, right? So let's go and bring all of this functionality over here, and let's copy this and let's go and paste it over here. I guess I did not copy that, and let me go and paste it over here. Now let's go on to the top and let's fix all of this particular error. The first thing is that this is of this particular stream over here, and this will be of the watch all, not the nodes. It will be of the category over categor category over here, and this will be of our category. So let's go to our data, and in the repository let's take a look on to this one. So let's go and grab what is the name. So this is not the repository, so we have the category, I guess. So let's go and take a look. So we have the category, and this should be of, okay, so the name here got conflicted, so we need to rename for that. So categor category repository provider. Sorry for the previous error that I named it as the node repository. That's going to get conflict with our another repository over here. Now once we run the build runner, that should generate a new name for the provider. So category repository provider, that is what we require. So let's come back over here and let's go and import this one over here. Okay, so now we need to watch all the category over here, and once we get the list of the category model, so we have the categories over here. Let's update that, and this will be of the error or the error message, whatever you want to call it, but it's good to have a naming convention. So like if you are using an error, then it's good to have an error everywhere, but it's okay for now. Maybe later we'll refactor this one. This will be of the or let's go and make it as the same, right? So we don't have to go and do all of these renaming everything. So here we'll just go and remove this, and let's go and add, or let's go and run the build runner, and let's go back to the view model. So let's go and try to fix the rest of the issue that we have. So category, this will be the category repository provider, and this will be of the get all category, and then that should be fine. This will be of the get category by the ID itself, right? And this will be of the category selected category, I guess, or the category itself. And then what we will do over here is the insert node, and here let's just go and provide the category repository, and this will be of the insert the category. We need to provide the name and then the color. So let's just go and replace this with the name and then the color over here. So let's go and replace it with the name as well as the color over here, and this will be the each created. I guess we have that. So each created, I guess we did not created that, so let's go and have the new one which will be of the each created. So we forgot for that one as well, right? So let's go and add this one, and let's just go and run the build runner, and let's go back over here. It will be each created over here, and that will be good enough. So I guess each created, let's add that, and I guess that should be done, right? So category, and let's go down over here. So we have to later replace all of the function name as well. That will be okay. So get all nodes, and this not get all nodes, get all category. So this will be of the categories as well. And here let's just go and replace that, and this will be of the update the category. And here we need to provide, so let's take a look. So ID, name, and then the color. So we need to provide the name and then the color over here, right? So this will be, let's go and remove the is completed from here as well, and that should be good enough. So here it's okay, so we require here, so this will be of the name, and this will be of the color, color over here, COLOR color, and let's remove this one from here, and this one will be of the each updated to be of the false at the beginning, and here we will change this one as the name itself, and this will be of the color itself, and here each updated to be of the true, and each updated will be of the false. So we are almost done over here. Let's go and save the batch. So each updated, here we'll have the category, and this will be the batch the category. So we need to provide the same thing, which is of the name and then the color over here. And let's go and replace this one over here. This will be of the color, right? And this will be of the color as well. This will be of the, okay, so name and the color, sorry for that. This should be of the name and then the name, and this will be of the color, and here will be of the color as well. So let's just go and remove all of this, and this will be of each updated over here, right? So I'm not explaining each and every concept over here, because these are all of the things that we have done previously with our node itself, right? So we are just going to replicate that over here, right? So nothing to worry about. This course is not related to all of the like the river pod and all of the stuff, right? We just want to learn about the Drift database over here. Delete the category itself, and that should be good enough. Let's go down over here, and we need to call the delete all category itself. And now we will rename our method over here. So this will be of the delete the category, and this will be of the batch the category itself, and update the category over here. Let's go up, and this will be to insert the category and get category by the ID and get all category, and then we have the watch all category. That should be good enough over here. So I guess we have our view model ready as well. Another thing that you can also do over here is to run the watch over here, watch all the categories. Once the this particular category view model has been instantiated, right? So what we can do is, if you are a future, we can actually make use of the future dot the microtask, and let's schedule this one actually, right? So we can actually use the microtask to you can just go and read the documentation, right? Create a future containing a result of calling the computation asynchronously with schedule microtask. So we can actually schedule this particular call once our so what's all category over here. Let's add some comment over here, and this will be of the watch category, right? CATEGORIES, when the view model is initialized, then that should be good enough. So we don't have to call this from our widget itself. Depending on your requirement, as I mentioned previously, whether you want to do it over here or do it from the view model, that depends on your use case. But for now, let's just schedule the watch all category on our the category view model itself, right? So once this is instantiated, we just want to instantiate the or we just want to start watching once this category view model is instantiated. It may be a single initialization, right? Or you want to make it as an auto dispose, depending on your requirement. So if you set it over here, it's just going to fire one time, that is once this particular view model is created. And what we can do over here is, let's just go and create the provider for this one as well. So final, we'll just call this one as the category 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 view model provider itself, right? So it should be of the category view model provider. It's of the notifier provider. We need to provide the class notifier class as well as the state, and that is going to return as the category view model. Or what we can do is, we can just go and remove this one from here, and we can just call the category view model dot the new, right, to just go and create the new instance of our view model over here. So now all of our functionality for the state as well as the category view model is ready over here. So let's just go down to our delete all category. So we have this loading catch, and here is loading is false. Also we want to update each deleted to be of the true over here, right? So tr true over here, and here we'll also update the is deleted. All right, so we want to make use of the false as well, and here we will do the same thing. So is deleted to be of the false as well, and here we will do the same thing. So let's just go and add the is deleted to be of the false, and here each deleted to be of the is deleted to be of the true itself, and here we'll also do the same thing over here. And it's not actually required, but if you want to get notified in the, like, let's say you want to show some a snack bar dialog alert once the user is deleted, and once the category is deleted, then you can make use of this particular, you can watch this particular or listen to this particular state change and show some UI like the snack bar and all of the stuff over here. And each patch will be of this updated, right? And if you go to the create, so here it's created, is already there. That's good enough. So I guess that's all for this particular lesson, and we will meet up in the next lesson. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson, let us go and create the view for our category. First, we'll create the form to create or add in our category. So let's go to the view and let's create the new file, and let's call this one as the, we have the create underscore the category underscore the view dot the dot file, right? And let's create the stateful, the consumer is stateful over here, and let's call this one as the create the category and create category view, and that should be good enough. Let's go and import our Flutter material package, as well as we need to import over here the Flutter material Flutter report package over here, and from here we will return the scaffold, and we'll add in the app bar, and in the body let's just go and remove this particular from here. Let's go to the top. Let's create our final form key, which will be of the global form key, and we require the form state over here. And let's go down over here. From here we are going to return the single child scroll view, because we need a scrollable content over here. And in the child we are going to add the form over here, form form over here. And let's go over here. In the form we require the key, right? So by now you should know that we require the key, and then the key will be our form key that we want to provide. So let's go and provide the form key over here. And in the child we require the column over here, right? So let's go and add in the column. Let's add the comma over here, and for the column we require the children. So let's go and add in the children over here. And in the children we will require the text editing controller. So final, the text editing controller we require, one will be for the name over here, and this will be of the late over here, or we'll just require the late text editing controller. And let's go and have the init method over here, and let's go and remove this particular comment, and let's go and initialize our name text editing controller, which will be of equals to the text editing controller itself. And let's go and close that one. And now we also require the on dispose over here, dispose method, so not the on, and then the dispose, dispose, on dispose, right? And let's go and override this particular method as well, and this will be of the override, and this will be of the void over here. Void on dispose, I guess it's not there, so it should be of the on, or not the on dispose, it will be of the dispose, right? So we don't have the on dispose, sorry for that, it should be of the dispose. And here we are going to dispose our this particular text editing controller, similarly what we have done with our here, right? So here we have disposed it. So let's go, and we are good to go with this particular text editing controller. Now let's go down over here and let's add the text editing controller with our form field, right? So we'll be using the text form field over here. Let's go and add that one, and I guess we already have that over here. So let's go and copy most of the things. So let's go and copy this one from here. It will be same, right? So we'll just copy that, and let's go and provide it over here. We just need to provide the name text, or let's go, okay, so I guess name is not the correct way, so name controller, I guess that will be much more better over here. So let's just go and have the name controller, and this one should also be of the name controller. So I'll just go and say the name over here, enter the category name over here, right? So category name over here, please enter name over here. That should be good enough. So now we should have one text form field, and let's go and add the const of the size box over here, right? Si size box over here, and let's have the height of the 16. That should be good enough. And next, if you can remember, if you go to our, okay, so let's go to the DB and then the table. For the category, we require the name and then the color as well. So how we can store the color is we need to pass in the color as well, right? So let's go back and let's see how we can add in the color. So let's go on to the top over here and let's create some list of the colors over here. Let's go over here and final, I'll just call this one as the list, and list of the, we require as the string over here as well. We need to store the string, and let's call this one underscore the colors over here. And for this particular colors, let's go and add the red, green, blue. For, okay, so not this particular value, we need actually a something like a different value over here, which will be of the something starting with the hash. So I'll just put some hash over here, and let me find some color value for this one, right? So let me just go and remove, I'll just go and add a few over here, so later you can add. And now I'll try to find some color code, and I'll put it over here. And I have added some color code, which will be a hex value over here. And so you can just go and Google or find some website where you can actually go and get this particular hex value for the code. And this is actually let me just go and add the list of let's say this is the list of the colors, right? And I'll say this will be of the hex value of the hex values, right? And you can just go and search for the hex color code for the, and then you can just go and add in over here depending on your requirement, right? So let's just go and add it simply over here for now, or you can also go and add a default state or something that you prefer. But for now, let's keep it over here. And what we need to do is let's go down over here and let's add in our let's add the let's create the maybe a list view over here, right? So for that, I'll just go and create the size box. We will create a horizontal list view over here to show all of the colors. So size box, and we want to give the height because we have to set the parent height for our list view over here, and maybe a 60 would be good enough. And let's add the child for this one, and in the child we are going to add the list view builder, I guess that should be fine. And then we will add the item count over here, and then the item count will be the underscore the colors that we have dot the length, and circle avatar, I guess. And we actually need to parse the color code. So let's go below over here and let's add the one function to actually parse our, this is going to return us the color, because here we need to pass in the color. This is going to return the color, so parse the color over here, and this is a method over here, so we will pass in the string of the color, maybe a string, so color string or something. And then it's going to make use of the, let's make use of the try catch block over here. So it may throw some time error, so if that doesn't match, so we'll just go and say the return from here is going to return us the color over here. And we need to pass with the int dot the parts over here, and then the source will be of our color string that we have provided. And we also will replace let's go and replace all. And if you go on to the top over here, we need to replace this particular hash with the some different value over here, right? So from we are going to replace the hash and with our specific color, which will be of the, I guess it's a 0, X, and FF. So we can just go and replace with that, and that's going to return us a specific color for us, and just go and catch that particular exception. And if there is an exception, we are just going to return from here the colors. And so let's go on to the top over here, and here we require a background, and we need to parse that particular, parse the color, and we need to pass in the, okay, so here we require that particular value. So let's say color, no, not the color, it should be the final color str and the string, which will be from our underscore the colors, and we will pass in the index to extract that particular value, and here we'll pass in that particular the string value of our hex color over here. And that should be good enough over here. And we also can set the radius over here, so depending on your requirements, I'll just go and set it as a 24, which will be, I guess, good for us over here. And we can also add the child over here. Child will be, so maybe we can add the const of the icon, and the icon will be of the icons icons dot the, maybe a check, I guess we have the check icon, and we can define the color for this one. So colors dot the white, I guess that should be good enough. And here later we'll check for the condition. If that is selected, then we are actually going to show this one. Otherwise we don't need to show the check icon if the color is not selected over here. Next will be to, let's go and add our floating action button over here. That will be of the floating action button, that will make use of the extended one over here, and on pressed will be of our function call. And then the label, let's go and add the label of the const of the text, and in the text we are going to say the save over here or whatever you prefer. And here we are going to add the icon itself, const of the icon, and then the icons dot the, let's say save, maybe a save icon over here, and that should be good enough. And we also need one function over here, or the method, that is to, it's not going to return anything, and it will be of the save the category, right? And here we will just go and call our final each valid will be of equals to the our form key that we have, dot the current form key dot the current state, right, dot the validate, right? So we can validate, and this can be of the null, so we need to check, and if it is null, then we are going to return the false from here. And now we can check if the each valid is of the true, right, which basically means that the form is valid. Then we are going to grab our color as well as the text, so that will be of the final name, which will be of equals to the underscore the, we have the name, and name dot the text, so we'll grab this one. And now since we haven't actually set the state for our selected color, right, so I'll just go and say the final color will be of something like a string for now. Later we need to replace this one, and we'll make use of the ref dot the read over here, and our provider will be of the category view model provider dot the notifier over here, and dot the, we have the, I guess we have the create, let's go and see what we have. Create is not this, so it will be of the, so let's say what is the, I forgot the name over here, insert, right? So we need to call this one, and it will be of the insert the category, we will pass in the name and then the color. So that should be good enough over here. and this one we need to call from our here, right? So on pressed we will replace with the shape category over here. This should be good enough for us for now, and next will be to have the state for this one over here, right? So currently we don't have the state over here. For this one, we'll go to our state over here, and in the category state, let's go and add the one more string value, which will be of the selected color over here, or you can also do it on your view itself, but I would like to prefer to add in our particularly we will add in the state over here, so we can manage it in our view model. So let's just go and run the dart, and we need to provide actually a default value for this one. So let's go and add the default, so default, the default value, which will be let's go and provide the default value over here, and I guess let's go and make use of the hash, and then the maybe a 2196, and then the F3. I guess that will give us something blue color over here. Let's try to generate this, and now let's go back to our view model over here, and what I need to do is let's go down over here, and I'll just go and set the void, and I'll set the selected color over here, and we require the string value over here, and let's go and update the state with this stat state dot the copy width, and the selected color that we have will be of the value that we are passing in over here. So now we have the option that, so let's go over here, and now we need to listen to that actually, right? So let's go and wrap this particular size box with the widget over here, or not the widget, let's wrap with the, I guess a builder. I guess a builder would be better over here. Here we'll require the consumer over here, consumer consumer widget from the report, and it takes the build context, widget ref, and then the widget. So context, and then we require to provide the ref as well as the child or the widget itself. Now we can actually go and watch the final, the selected color over here, and that will be from the ref dot the watch over here, and we need to watch the category view model provider dot, we are going to select a specific value. That value will be of equals to the value dot the selected color over here. We will watch that one over here, and now we can actually make use of this particular selected color over here on the tab over here. So here we are going to update, so let's go and make use of the ref, right? Ref dot the read over here, and we have the category view model provider dot the notifier, and we need to set the selected color, and then we need to pass in the value of this one. So let's just go and pass in the current value over here. That should be good enough. So let's try to format our document or the code over here, and we need to match something over here. So let's just go and check for the condition over here, and that will be of our selected where is that one? So we should have that particular selected color over here, right? So let's just go and have the selected color over here. The selected color that we are actually having the state, that is a state, the color that we selected, each of, if it is of equals to the color string that we have over here, right, which means that is a matching between our current color over here and then the state color, then we are actually going to show this particular value over here, which is of the checkbox. And if that is not the case, then we would like to say something like the null, or we don't want to return anything from here. That should be good enough. So now we got that, and I guess mostly the thing is good enough over here. Only the thing left over here is to provide this particular color over here. And in this case, what we'll do is we'll remove this particular color from here, because we already have that color in our state over here. So if you go over here, we already have that particular color set up in our state. And let's go to the insert over here, insert the category. So we are not going to receive that particular color over here. What we can do is the color over here, final, which will be of the color will be of equals to the state dot the selected color. So that is what we are going to receive, and we are going to pass in over here. That should be good enough. So this, from here we just need to pass in the name. So I guess that's all, and it was quite long already. And the create form should be ready, and you can just go and create the navigation and start adding here over here. But we will continue with this one in our coming up lecture. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson let us try to add the button navigation in our application, so we can navigate easily between our node list as well as the category over here. So for that, let's go back to our UI, and in the UI we'll add the new, let's add the new file over here, and let's call this one as the main underscore the screen, or any name that you prefer, and let's call this one as the dart over here. And let's have the consumer stateful widget over here, stateful consumer, and I'll just go and add the name for this one, which will remain as your screen, right? And what we need to import our, let's import the Flutter material, as well as the import the Flutter report over here, and we should be good to go over here. And what we need over here is we will require the index first of all. So let's go over here and let's add the int, and I'll call this one a selected index, or the index by default will be of the 0, right? And we will also need to add our screens that we want to add. Static, it will be of the const, and then the const will be of the list of the widget. So we need a list of the widget over here, and that will be of the, let's say, tab, or let's call this one as the screen over here, or the screens over here, and it will be of the list over here. And currently we haven't created our category list screen, right? And this is the create category. So let's go and create the new file. Let's call this one as the category list, right? So category list screen.dart file over here, and now we will add the same consumer, or I'll just go and add the consumer stateful or consumer stateless depending on your requirement, but let's add the stateful over here, consumer, and this will be of the category list, right? And screen, we need to import the same thing, Flutter material, as well as we need to import the Flutter, not the Flutter, Flutter report. Yeah. So now we will go back over here, and in the here we need to add our node list and node list screen, I guess, right? And then category list screen. So let's import both of this. Let's go and okay, so this is not a screen, so it's actually a view. Sorry for that. I'll also rename this one to be of the, we will keep it as the same naming convention over here, and for this one I'll also rename as the view over here, main view as well. And I'll also rename this one to be of the main view over here as well, right? So let's go and replace all of our the main view over here, and this will be also of the main view state, and here we need to replace it as well. And here now the category list screen should be category list view. Sorry for that, I did it wrong at the beginning, and it will be of the view. You can also keep it as a screen, that's depend on you, but let's keep it as the same naming convention over here. Once we have that, let's go and import over here node list view over here, and then the category list view over here. So we imported both of the view over here, and from here we need to return the scaffold over here, and let's return the app bar, I guess, or let's not return app bar from here. Let's return the body directly from here, and here we will make use of the index tag over here. And here I need to provide the index, which is of the selected index, and then the children, which is the list of the widget that we have. And at the bottom navigation bar, we need to add the bottom navigation bar. So let's go and add the bottom navigation bar as well over here, and we need to add the steps over here. And let's go to our here, and let's add the current index, which will be of the selected index. And then the what we have to do is we have the on tab as well, and here we need to write some function, right? And in the items, let's go and make use of the const of the list, and here bottom navigation bar item, we need that particular item over here. We require the 2 over here. Just copy this and paste it below, and with the icon, maybe we'll add the icon of the icons dot the, let's say, note. I guess that should be fine. And here the icons, not the icon, and then the icons dot the, maybe we'll add the category. So if you can see ATEGOR, okay, so there is a category icon as well. And let's go and format this one over here. Okay, so now we got that, and on top what we need to do is we need to just go and set the state, or you can also use something like the controller over here or the view model to update this one. Since we don't have the view model for the main screen over here, let's just make use of the set state over here. And since we only have one, I guess that should be fine. Otherwise you can create the view model to set the state as well over here. Now this is very simple, because otherwise if you create a view model, you have to watch this particular selected index change and all of those stuff. And but here we don't require all of those condition over here. So what I need to do is, let's go back to the main, and from here I just need to return our main view over here, right? So let's just go and set the const of the main view over here, and let's return that. And let's remove this, and let's remove the unused package as well. And now I can just go and reload the application. Okay, so we got some error over here. Let's try to fix. Every item must have non-nullable label. Okay, so we forgot to add the label over here. So let's add the label, and this will be of the let's add this at the notes, and here we'll add the label, which will be of the categories. And now I guess that should fix that particular error. And now we have the notes as well as the category screen over here. All right, good. So now we are able to show both of those. Let's go back to our category list, and I guess let's go over here. So Okay, so I think we can copy the same thing from here, and so we don't have to rewrite everything, right? Or else what you can do is you can also, okay, I think I will just go and make use of the same. So let's just copy, I'll just copy everything from here to here, scaffold, and let's go back to our category list, and from here I'm going to return that from here, and unpressed the floating action button is there, and I need to navigate to the create node of not the create node, create the category view over here. From here, this will be add the category over here, and we need to have the node list as well, and this is the not the view model, this will be of not the node, it will be of the category of view model provider. Just copy this and paste it over here, delete all the categories, and get all category over here. And I guess for the delete we don't require because we will be watching the stream over here, right? And I guess we need to do the same thing here, because once we delete we don't want to watch that, right? Because we are already watching the stream, and this will be of the category category list screen over here. So I just have to update the sum of this. We want to delete all the category, and cancel delete all, clear the category. So you can always go and create your own, but I just want to make it faster so you don't have to go and do everything. And this is to add the category. Now we need a list widget. If we go to the widget, we have the node list widget. So let me just copy this as well and paste it below here. This will be of the category list widget, right? So CAT is our category list widget, and let's go and remove this one. And here, so node list, it will be of the category list over here. Just copy and replace all of our this one as well. So let's just go and replace here and replace as well over here. And now here we need to watch our category view model and select the categories from here, and this will be, let's make use of the categories over here, and that should be good enough. And in the categories we have this delete all, delete the category. And are you sure you want to delete the category, right? Cancel delete, and in the category we just have the name, right? So we don't have, so here in the list style I'll just go and add the name, and any other thing that we have, name dot the colors. I guess we don't want to add the color, right? So adaptive, okay, so this is not required for us, so we'll remove that. So in the subtitle we don't have anything, so I'll just go and remove that as well. We just currently have the category. If you want to show the color, you can obviously go, because we already have created the one function here somewhere in the create category to show that particular color. So you can go and add that one as well over here. So category list widget, I guess it should be fine now. And let's go back over here, and we need to import that will be of the category list widget, right? So category list widget over here. And let's go on to the top, and let's remove the unused import over here, and let's rerun the application. And now if I go back to the category and add the category, I guess it's stuck there, so I guess there is some error, right? there is some error, we need to fix that as well. So here is the what base route, the hero must have a unique non-null tag. So let's go back to our note, not the note, it should be of the category, create the category list, right? So here category list, and if you go down to the here somewhere floating action button, and here we need to provide the hero. So it's mentioning that we need to provide the hero must have a unique non-null tag over here. So here let's add the hero tag over here, and let's add the not this one, so it will be of the add the category, and we'll just make use of the same thing in our node list view. I guess we have this because we have the two floating action button, that's why we have to have a unique hero tag over here. This will be add the node over here. And now let's go back over here, and let's go back over here and add the category. Now it's fine. So here we have to add some padding, so let's go back to the, let us add some padding over here, and I guess the 18 would or 16 would be fine. Let's go and rerun that, and you are good to go. So let's add some, let me just go and add some categories over here. Let's go to the categories and add the categories, and here let's add the name of something like the test1 category with the color of green, and save that one. And let's go back over here in the category. Okay, so it's actually not coming up, so let's add the another one which will be of the test2. Let's save this one. Let's go back, you should actually see this one. Let's try to rerun the application, and let's go back to the category. It's still not coming up here, so we need to go and fix this, why that is actually not coming. And if you go to the view model for our category view model, and we have this watch over here, category dot watch, and let's try to move this one from here, and let's go and move this one to our category list view over here. And in the category list view, let's just go and add the init method over here, and in the init method let's just go and make use of the ref.watch over here, and then ref.read category view model, and then watch all the categories. Let's try to see if this fixes, and if not, then there may be error in the database insertion. So here it's not able to actually show that one, so I guess it's the error in the database itself. So let's try to go and put some error. Let's try to go to insert the category over here, and let's try to see if we have some error over here, and let's try to go some. Okay, so let's try to go and call the save from here. We are here, we got that particular color, and then the name, and then the selected color as well. So that should be fine. Okay, so now we got the error over here, and you can see that we got the error over here. So let's try to see what was the error. The fetching the SQLite, preparing the what, no search category table. Okay, that's the case. We need to migrate our database, right? So that's the case. And because we have the table, we created first of this particular node table, and then we later on added the this particular category table, but we haven't done a migration. So we need to migrate to create the new the database table, right? If you uninstall and reinstall the app, then that should already create both of these two tables. But since the app is already installed in the user, so it cannot go and run that particular migration, the first migration to create all of those, right? In order to update the existing install app, what we need to do is we need to go and create a migration. So that will be our next use case, and I'll give you as a homework to go and implement that. And rest is already working fine, right? So we just need to do the migration. Let's meet up in the next one and try to do it in your own, and we'll meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson let us try to go and do the migration from the schema version 1 to the version 2, since we have added our new database table over here. And for that we need to go and run our migration. So we have now, previously we had the node table, now we also have the categories table over here, and the current version is the schema version is the 1. So we need the next version, which will be of the 2. And if you go and read the documentation for the database migration in the Drift itself, so let's go to the Drift documentation. And here if you read the documentation, there are basically you will find two ways. One is the using the migration tool, right? So you can actually use the migration tool, build the YAML file you need to create and define your particular files, database files, and all of this stuff, and then run the migration command, and it will generate that particular migration command, and all of this stuff you can actually do. But what we'll do is we will do the manual migration over here, right? So this is mostly the error prone, basically, that if you have a very large database and if you are changing frequently, then you may lose that particular, like, some of the command, and it may not generate your migration properly, right? So be careful over here. If you want to be more specific and use the newer API to generate the database migration, make sure to make use of the migration command over here. But let's go and see in this particular lesson how we can do the manual migration, because we have a very simple database and nothing complicated is over here. So what we'll do over here is, let's go and let me just move this one over here. And what we need to do first thing in the manual migration is to change the database version from our current one to the 2 over here, and we need to override the migration strategy over here. And let's go and override this one over here. So add override over here, migration strategy, and get the migration over here. So we will just go and get the migration and just run the migration command over here, and this should go and return the migration strategy over here, right? Let me just go and close it over here, and let me just move it to the top over here. And few of the commands that we can few of the methods that we can run over here. So first thing is the on create over here. So let's just go and run the on create over here, and we will receive the migration mig migration, not the migration, my grat or migrator over here. We will receive the migrator, which can be of the m or migrator itself, and this can be of the asynchronous function call back over here. And here we will just go and write the await dot the m dot the create over here, right? So this basically runs, you can see, the executes when the database is open for the first time. So once the database is open for the first time, we want to go and create all command. So create all will create all the table, right, triggers, view, index, and everything else you find in the database if they don't exist, right? So that is the place that we want to do. And next is we want to upgrade, right? Since we changed the version from 1 to 2, we wanted to go and run the on upgrade over here, right? So let's just go and run the on upgrade, and we will make use of the migrator from and then the to. And this can be also, you can also define this as the type over here, migrator. From will be of the version of the int, as well as to will be version of the int as well. From and to, right, from version 1 to 2. Since we had the previously had the version 1, so I'll just go and check for the if condition, which was the from, right, from was 1 and less than the 2, right. So from less than the 2, then we want to go and add our, let's go and add the over here. And okay, so there is some error. Okay, over here we need to just go and add that one. If the from 1 is less than 2, then let's just go and add our command over here to add the our await, and then the migrator dot the add the migrator. Okay, so we need to make this one as a asynchronous form. ASYNC over here, right? Okay, sorry, not here, but this one, async. Let's go and remove this one from here. And m dot, you have a lot of the other options like the add column, alter table, create all, right, and then the create table. So we want to go and make use of the create table over here. And then we have the table that we have already created, so let's go and add that one over here. And once we have added our table over here, the next thing we want to do is we want to enable the foreign key constraint. If you go over here, we have added the foreign key, and by default in SQLite it's not enabled, and we need to enable every time the database session is open. So for that case, what we'll do is we need to run the before over here, right? So let's run the before open, and then we get the detail. And here what we will do is we will just make use of this. So let's make this one as the asynchronous function call, and here await, and we just have to make use of the custom statement. And in the custom statement, we will just go and run our pragma foreign key, which is of equals to on. So this tells that we go and enable the foreign key in our SQLite, right? This is the custom statement, and it's going to run the before open will be like this. Particular method will be called every time before the database is open. So it is based on the session, right? Every time you try to open the database, this is going to trigger that one, because this pragma is by default like not enabled in the SQLite. So every session that we open need to enable this one. So this particular before open, make sure you add this particular the custom statement to enable the foreign key in our SQLite. Otherwise we will not be able to basically add the relationship to our database table. And I hope you got the idea. We just need to bump our schema version and then override the migration strategy, and then this should return our migration strategy. And we have the on create. This basically runs for the first time or whenever the app gets installed, right? And this is the first time that it's going to create all of our database tables. And on upgrade is every time you change the bump the version here, then it's going to run. So like if from version 1 to if we are migrating from version 1 to version 2, then we are going to run this one. And next, if you upgrade it to 3, then you need to go and check the condition. If from is less than the 3, right, then it's going to run a different, maybe you added a column or change something in the database table, then you need to go and add it over here. So what we'll do over here is we will try to stop the application, and we'll try to go and run the application. And let's try to go and add our categories to our newly created table over here. So let's go and add some categories over here, and I'll just go and call this one as the test, and let's give a green color, or let's say test 1 over here, and we'll just go and save this one. And let's go back over here. Okay, so we got some categories already. So test 1, let's go and add the test2, and let's check this one, and let's go back from here. So we got all of those over here. This basically means that now our category table has been created, right? And now if you go to the node, and in the node you should be able to add that particular categories as well over here. So I'll give you as a homework to add the category list over here. So user should be able to select that particular category list here, and it should be able to insert it to the node table as well over here. So we have learned how to add the migration, and if you are changing this particular version, then the on upgrade is triggered. So make sure that once you change the schema version, then the on upgrade is called, and on create is only called once the first time your app get installed, reinstalled, or the user clears the data, right? And before open is the session. So every time you open a new database session, it's going to get triggered, and once the session is triggered, we are enabling the foreign key constraint over here. So that's all for this lesson, and we will continue with it in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and the next thing that we will do over here is, before we move on, I have just added some of the design over here, and you can always go and get it from the source code. So the next thing that we want to do over here is, once we want to add the node over here, we need to give a selection of our category that we have added over here. Currently we just have a 3, so we need to show that in the add node over here. So for that, let's go to we need to open up or create the category, not the create category, it should be of the create, I guess, the node, right? So let's see where is that create node view over here, and let's go over here, and let's make this one something different over here. So maybe we want to return widget from here, right? And this is going to return us the widget, and I'll just go and say the build our category chip. So we just want to show some chip for the user selection, and here we will pass in our list of, let's go, what was that? So let's go to the state over here, and go to the category state over here, and we have the category, so list of the category. So let's just go and grab this one from here, and let's just go and set it over here. So we require that, and let's import this particular model over here, and that should be good enough over here. And let's go over here, and what we will do over here is, it's actually not a good way to add it over here, so why not we just go and create one widget over here. I guess that will be much more better option to implement over here. So let's go and say the select, right? So select the category, categor, select category underscore the widget.the file, and I'll just make this one as the consumer, maybe a stateful or stateless. So let's just go stick with the stateless first for now. Select the category and widget over here, and let's go and import our Flutter report first of all, and also we need to import the material over here, right? So Flutter material package, and here we are going to first of all go and watch our categories over here. So let's just go and watch the category, not the category provider, it should be of the category view model provider, category view model provider, and I will just go and select a specific state from here, and let's just go and make use of the value or the state, whatever you want to call it, and then the value dot the categories we want to grab that, right? So let's just go and remove this section from here, and now we have the category. So let me just go and make this one a little bit bigger so we can see it properly over here. And we got the categories over here, and now let's go over here, and from here I will just return a column maybe, right? So let's just go and say I will return a column, but maybe a list view may be a better option, so depending on your requirement. But let me stick with the column over here, and with this particular column, let's go and add the first of all the const of the text over here, and I'll just go and say the category over here for this particular category, and let's just go and add some style over here. So not over here, but it should be over here, right? So I need to add some style, and then maybe text style, and let's just go and add the something like the font size of maybe a 16 over here, and then the font weight maybe something like the font weight, right? So let's just go and add the 700. So that should be good enough. And let's add the const of the size box over here, size box over here, and let's add the height. And for this particular categories, which is a list over here, right? So if you go over here, this is a list of the category model. So what I can do is I'll just go and check for some condition over here, maybe the categories that we have over here dot each empty. So if it is of the empty, then maybe I'll just go and write something over here, and maybe say a const of the text, and let's go and say the no category, and that's good. So next, if there is the category, then I'll just go make use of the wrap over here. Let's make use of the wrap over here, and I guess there is some auto completion. Maybe we'll just go and make use of the auto completion over here. Let's not spend much of the time over here. So here we are adding the space and run up space, which is 8 and 8. Children, we will set up the categories.map, and we get that particular category model. Label, we will set this one up as the choice chip label, which is a category that name, and selected. And okay, so correct the ref.the_watch, which has the selected value of category ID. I guess that's also the correct one over here. And on selected, we want to go and set that one. So let's go and set the category mobile, set the selected category. So if you go to our category view model over here, and let's take a look over here. So get all categories, get the category by ID, insert category, update, pass the category, and delete the category, delete all, and set the selected color is actually here. So maybe we can use this one, or let's create the new one over here. Or if you go back to our DB, and in the table and in the note, we are storing the category ID. So we need a category ID for this one. So let's go back to the category state, and here I will just require one which is of the type is of the int, and then the selected category over here, right? So the selected category ID, and default each of the nullable type. And so let's just go and run the, I will just go and run the dot run the build runner build as the build runner build, I just as the, so let's just go and run the build runner over here. And what we will do over here is in the category model, so category view model, let's just go and void the set we want to set not the quote, it should be of the void set the selected select the selected category. We have the ID over here, and we'll just go and set up that one. And here we are going to set the it's going to return us the int nullable type, which will get the selected category from our current state. And maybe here we don't want to pass in the nullable type, set the selected category. So let's go back over here, and from here we'll just go and set the selected category ID, and then we'll just pass in the selected category. So category dot the ID, we just require the ID, so we'll just go and pass that one. And it's giving us some error over here, notifier. So read the category view model. So okay, so the function unconditionally invoked, and it may be of the null. Okay, so let's fix this one. It may be because of this one, it should be of the set the selected category ID, right? So that is what we require. And from here we just require the selected. So let's just go and take a look over here, value dot the not the selected. I'll just go and add this one, value dot the selected category ID, and which is should be of equals to the category ID. So if it is the selected one and then the current category one is the same, then we will say that this is a selected one. And let's add some background color, maybe the color, or maybe let's just go and add some different color. Let's just say the color, or maybe we'll just go and say the color. So let's remove this one. So the colors dot the gray, maybe GRAY, the GREY gray, right? And maybe 200 or 300, I guess that should be fine. So let's say 200, that should be fine. And then the selected color, right? Maybe blue SN, that should be good enough. And then maybe some shape or something. So let's just go and add the shape, and maybe I'll add the round rectangle border with the border radius of the 8. I guess that should be good enough over here. And also we will add the something like the label style over here, and let's just make use of something like the so let's just make use of autocomplete from the AI text style. And then the color, maybe for color we will just go and say if that is of the selected ID, then we will make use of the label style. The color each of something like not the white, we'll just make use of the blue, something like colors that the blue, and maybe we'll just give some 700. And then otherwise it's of the color of the black, BLACK, black of something like 87 over here. And you can just go and change this particular design, but let's just go and make it a simple one for now. Let's go back over here, and I don't need this one for now. And now I can just go and add that somewhere below this particular text form, right? So let's just go and add some gap over here, and let's just go and add our selected select, what was that we created? Select, right? Select the category widget. So this is what we are going to add in over here. And let's go and remove this one from here, and now let's just go and try to rerun this one. And we can just go to the add node, and now we got that particular category. So you can just select any one of the design. Doesn't look good over here. You can obviously go and change this particular design by making it something different over here, right? So kind of it doesn't look good enough, but I guess once that is of the you can change this particular design and make it better over here. Maybe a radius, let's just go and change this one to something like a 24, and let's try to see. Okay, so this looks a bit better, and once that is of the selected, maybe a selected color is of the blue accent, and if it has the selected the color each of the blue 700 red, but maybe we can just go and say this is of the blue of the, or maybe we just go and change the color dot the white over here. So maybe that looks maybe a much more better over here. So depending on your requirement, you can just go and change this one. And also for this particular column, the we'll just go and set the cross-axis alignment to be almost the start over here, which is over here, I guess. And then rest of the thing, I guess, so let's just give it as it is for now. So once we select this one, we are getting that particular ID, and now we need to store that particular ID over here. And I'll give you as a homework to just go and implement that. So let's meet up in the next one. Until then, have a great day. So let us continue with our lesson over here. On the next step, we need to add this particular category ID back to our database. So if we go to the repository in our, let's go to the repository over here, and in the node repository, and once we want to insert that particular node over here, what we need is the ID over here, right? So that will be of the int of the ID, or the category, categor, our category ID over here, right? And also here we need a category ID, which will be of the value dot the category ID over here. So we require this one. And let's go back to our view model. Now the view model is also asking for that particular category ID, so we need to provide that. That would be of the category ID as well, and here we need to provide that particular category ID as well. And from the view itself, we also now need to go and provide that particular category ID over here. So how I can get that particular category ID, it's final the category ID, and then this will be of the category ID, not the category ID. So now if I go to the node view model, we should have that particular, okay, so it should be in the category, right? So here in the selected category, get the selected category ID over here. So let's just go and make use of the category over here, right? So category, okay, so I guess once we select this one, so let's go back to our view, create the create here, right? And if I go to the selected category, we get over here. Let's go away to this particular selected category, and here we are actually updating our category. Okay, so this we should have set up in our, not the category, but we should have set up in our node repository. That way it would be much more better. But I guess let's not stick with the architecture, clean architecture and all of those stuff. Let's just make use of this one over here. But actually you should make use of the node view model instead of the for storing the selected values. So from here I need to actually access the category view model, right? So category view model provider, and I just need to get the dot the notifier, and I just need to get that particular, get the category ID. Is that the one? So let's just go and take a look over here in the category not the category view model. Okay, selected category ID, right? Or I'll just make this one as the get, so easy for us to remember, get the selected category ID. Let's go back and let's add it over here. That will be of the get the selected category ID. So it's not the function call, so let's just go and remove that. So now we got the category ID, and now let's just go and provide that category ID, which can be of the null. So if it is of the null, then we are going to return from here. So let's just go back. If it's of the null, maybe we'll just go and return or default of the 0 for this case, or let's just return a default category of the 1 in case that's not selected, right? So that should be good enough. So we have added it over here, and if you want to store and if you want to get it back, we also need to go to the domain, and in the node model I need to add that, particularly the int of the category ID over here. So int category ID, and let's just not make this one as a default. I guess I'll add a default value of, let's see, or okay, so let's just add the default, because we have made this one as a nullable, right? So the EFAUL, the default, so default value of the 1. So default category is always the 1, and make sure the category, there is the category with the ID of the 1 over here, otherwise you'll get an error. Not a perfect solution, but I guess we just want to move quickly over here. So I'll just add a default of 1 over here, and let's just go and generate the build runner over here. Let's just go and run the build runner over here, and also we need this one as well, the category ID over here, not the category ID as well. And if it's that's of the null, then I'll just go and set this one as to be of the 1 as well. And now if I go back to our repository over here, and in the repository, once we get that one, let's just go and see how we are mapping over here. So map, okay, that should be good enough. And here also we have the map as well. And okay, so we have make use of the map from node from entity, right? That should give us the correct one. So let's try to go and rerun our application, and let's try to add some node. Maybe I'll just call this one as the test over here, and then the 3, and just say a test, something like, and I'll just go and make this one as a test 2 over here, and or test 3. So let's just go and save this one from here. Let's go back. Okay, so it's not entering, or it's not creating, so I can go to my repository over here, and let's just go and add the breakpoint somewhere here, and let's try to see what we are actually getting that particular error. Let's go over here, and I'll be setting the test 3 over here. So let's say a test 3, something like description, and then I'll just go and select the test 3 as well. Go and save this one. So we are getting the category 4, and let's try to insert that over to here. Let's just go and insert that, and we are getting an error over here. So let's try to see what is the exception. While preparing this statement, table has no column name category ID. That's because if you go to the database and then the migration over here, in the migration from 1 to 2, we did not add that particular column over here, right? So we added a new column to our category table, which is not the category node table, which is of the category ID, but we did not added this one to our migration over here. That is the case because it's not going to find that. We only created a new category table, but we did not add that one. So what we need to do now is we need to migrate this to the version 3 and then again add that particular column over here. So migrate to the version 3, and we have to again check this one. If we are migrating from version 2 to 3, then we are going to add a column to the node table, and the node table dot the category ID over here. That is what we are going to add. So now we have bumped the version, as well as we have the migration command to add that particular column as well. Let's just go and stop the application, and now we have to rerun the application as well. And once that has been added, so let's go back over here and let's try to go and insert the test3 over here, and we'll just call this one as the test3, the description, and then let's select the test3 from here. Let's save this one and let's try to see if we got any errors. So we'll see that node created successfully. Now if we go back over here, we got that particular test3 over here. And now you can also go and add the category ID somewhere over here. So let's try to see if that particular category ID is available for us. Let's go to the over here. So okay, so where is that category list? And in the category list we have this particular option. Let's go down over here, node list widget over here, and in the node list widget we have the text and then checkbox. So in the subtitle we have the description, and we don't have any place to show that, but I guess let's try to see somewhere over here, title, and maybe over here, right? So title, and then I'll just go and wrap this one with the row and title, and then I'll also say the text over here, and that will be of the item dot sorry, it should be of the item item dot the category ID over here, and dot to a string. So let's just go and pass that to the string, and here let's make use of the cons spacer over here just to move on to the left over here. And we can also go and change the UI. So we got the default one is of the 1, and this is of the category of the 4. That is what we just selected over here, right? So now in the here in the edit section also you can put that one, and if this is of the, you can also get the name. So there are multiple ways which we can use to get that particular name, also a color or whatever you prefer over here, and I will give you as a homework for that one to complete over here. So try to do it in your own and see if you are able to bring the color or the name for this particular the ID that we have provided over here. Let's continue with our lesson over here, and in this particular lesson let's try to see how we can get back the name or the color from the our database itself. So let me just go and close all of this stuff, and if I go to the DAO over here, and in the note we have this, I guess we are making use of the watch over here, right? So we can actually go and join the two table over here, and I guess that may be much more better option instead of querying for each of the querying for each of the category based on the category ID. We can just join the table and return in the single watch query over here, so you don't have to go and query for each of the categories, right? That may be much more better option, but it depends on your use case. So let's go to the data, and I'll just go and add a new folder, and let's call this one as the DTOs over here, or the DTO. So I guess we are making use of the singular, so let's just go and say the DTO, and let's call this one as the tags with the category, right? So category.file, because we need to return both with the category as well as the we need to return the category and also the tags as well, right? So let's just go and create the phrase over here, and I guess I'll make use of the add the FREGET80 phrase over here, and let's just go and import the phrase annotation, and let's just create the abstract abstrct abstract the class over here, and I'll just call this one CLASS class, and I'll just call this one as the tags with the category, and also I need to make use of the underscore, or okay, so we want to make use of the phrase over here. So first of all, let's just go and set the part file over here, tags with the category, and here I also need to make sure with underscore the underscore dollar, and that will be of the tags with the category itself. And let's go down, and then the factory, the constructor, which is of the tags with the category itself over here, right? And let's just go and close this one over here, and we are going to return from here the tags with the category. And here I guess I'll just go into the final, which will be of the tags, and let's go and see not the tags, this is of the node. So if you go over to the node DAO, we are actually returning from here the node table. Okay, so node table data, so this is what we are returning. So let me import it over here. So node table and node table, let's just go and import this one. Okay, so I guess I'm not able to import that, so final node table is of the node, or the so maybe the node over here, and that should be of the different one, which is of the category DAO, and we require the category over here. Just a bit of the naming convention difference over here, final, and this will be of the category, which will be of the category itself, right? And then let's try to see we can make this one as a nullable. Let's try to make this one as a nullable, and let's try to import this one over here. Let's try to go and import from our package, and that should be good enough. One is of the node and one is of the category, so I guess we have to rename this one with the node with the category, because we are not using tags. So node with the category, and that should be good enough, and here as well, right? So let's just go and rename this one, and here we'll just say the node with the category, and let's go and rename this one as the node with the category itself, node underscore the with the category. Let's just go and run the build runner over here, and let's try to run the build runner. So that should generate that particular the model class for us, or the DTO. And now let's just go back to our node DAO over here, and here for the stream I guess we are making use of this one. So let's just go and comment out this one for now, and let's just go and add the let's join the table. So final query, which will be of equals to the CLECT select over here. Select the table will be of our node table itself, right? So this is what we have. Once we select that, I can just go and join the table, right? So I need to, this is the joins, and in the joins you need to make use of the array over here, and in the array I'm going to make use of the left outer join. So we want to join the one more table, which is of the category will be of our left table, which will be categories, right? So let's go and see what is the table name that we have defined over here. So it should be of the categories, I guess. So categories, so this is on the list of the category, and I guess that is what. So category, insert into category. So this is our table name. So categories, this is our table name, right? So we want to join our categories, which is at the left join, which basically means that give me everything from the right hand table and from the join table, which is at the categories. Only give me the record that exists, right? If there is some record exists, then give me, otherwise just give me a null, because our category ID is of the nullable type. So from here I can use the on condition, which is of the categories dot id can be of equals to the node table dot the category IDs. So it's going to join, outer join from the node table joining to the category table. And let's just go down over here, and I guess we can just add something like the dot and then the order. I guess it's dot order, so not here. I guess it should be after this closing condition over here. So let's just go and add the dot, and we're just going to say the order by the terms. So it takes the array as well, and here we are going to order the order terms as well. Other terms, we get it over here, and I'll just go and make use of the descending, and that will be of the expression will be of the node table dot the maybe a created at. So let's just go and reverse that. Means that the last one created will be at the top, right? So that's what we are trying to say over here. So now we got the query, and then with this query I can just go and watch something similar to what we have done over here. So for this I'm going to return from here RETUR and return the query that we have dot the watch. Let's just go and watch it over here, and once we watch that I can just go and map that particular query, and I need to convert. So let's say this is of the rows over here, and this will be of the rows over here, and let's try to see what we can do. Autocomplete. So return the rows that the map with that particular current row. This will give a current row. Final node, I guess it's not required. So what we want to return from here, it's actually not this one, right? So what we want to return from here is just remove this and return from here the what we have to change this one is the node. What was the DAO that we just created? Node with the category DAO. So this is what we need to return from here. So node with the category DAO. Let's just go and import that. Return the node with the category DAO, and I need to return one is of the node and then the category. So let's just go and close this one over here. First thing is row the read table, which is of the node, and row the read table, or give us the null, which is of the category. So this is going to give us a two table. One is the node table, and another one is it's going to give us the category itself, right? So now it's going to return us the list, and let's go back over to I need a node with the category, and let's go down not to the insert, let's remove the breakpoint over here. This is going to return us the node model over here. So let's go back over here, and here I need to provide the node with the category. So let's just go and import that over here, and I guess this will just call this one as the data over here, and we'll have the node, and also we'll have the final which will be of the category itself. So we will have the two, one is of the node data table and another one is of the category. Just go and check for the condition. So if, and I need to run the build runner because, okay, so let's just go and run the build runner first of all, and let's just go and remove this one, and let me just go and run the build runner because we have added some fields onto the top over here. We need that one as well. So let's just go and run the build runner, and once the code is generated, what I will try to do over here is maybe we will just go and say that if the node is equals to the null over here, maybe we'll just go and throw the exception over here, right? And that may be a better case. And let's just go and remove this from here, and from here we need to return the node model over here, and let's just go and close this one. So in the node model we have to add the node.the ID, node.the title, description, and then we'll add the category ID, and we have the category name as well as the category color, and then the created ad as well over here. So it's completed. I guess we don't have to check for the nullable condition over here, and that should be good enough. So let's try to remove all of this from here, and now it's going to return us the ones we try to map it, it's going to return us this one, right? And it can be of the null, so the category can be of the null because we have the category ID as a nullable type in our node table. So let's go back over here, and from here we get the E, which is of the not the node table. So this I'll get all the nodes over here. So I guess let me just go and comment out this for now. Let's just go and comment that, and I guess so from here maybe I'll just go and return something. Okay, so maybe I will just go and throw an unimplemented error over here, right? For now let's just skip for this, and let's go down over here and get node by the ID. So we have a lot of the error over here, so we need to fix all of this. And for now let's try to go and comment out this one, and let's try to return the throw the unimplemented error for now. And let's try to see where is the some more error we are getting. Maybe it's from the here as well, and let's try to go and comment out this one, and let's try to throw the unimplemented error for now. So the error is gone, so currently we can just go and make use of this particular watch, right? That is what we need. Let's go back to our model, and in the view model, which is of the node not domain, so it's in the view model, and let's take a look at the node view model over here. So what's all the nodes? This is what we are getting. So we are getting back that particular node model. That's perfectly fine. And now let's go back to our node list. We get node list, we get, I guess this is what we have, and let's go and take a look. Where is that list? We have the item category ID is here, but I can make use of now the category name over here. That is what we require. So let's try to rebuild our application, and now we got that particular name of that one over here as well, right? And now you got the color also, so you can just go and set the background color or do whatever stuff that you can do with that particular color. So now we learn how we can make use of the join condition. This is just a simple left outer join, and if you need to learn more about the different kind of the join, make sure to go and check out the documentation or learn some basic SQL join statements. So we'll stop over here, and we will probably meet up in the next lesson. Till then, have a great day.